Friday, with the Yankees taking the opener of the three-game set, 10-3. Well, the rivalry will continue this afternoon. We've had rain throughout the day, but the good news is the tarp is off the field. We are on schedule for first pitch at 3:10 Eastern. And with that, hi, everybody. We welcome you to Fenway Park for Fox Saturday Baseball. It is all presented to you today by Budweiser. As I said, tarp is off the field. We are going at 3:10 Eastern. It'll be Sabathia against Buckholz. Most of you are going to stay right here in Boston. The rest of you, we will send you down to the city of brotherly love for a battle between the Braves and the Phillies. Chipper Jones, he has 43 homers against the Phils, most against any one opponent. He's going to square off against Ryan Howard, whose 203 homers since 06 leads all of baseball. Now, before we get you out to your game, we want to pay our respects to two giants of the sport who left us this week. It starts off with Robin Roberts. He was a starting pitcher who basically put relievers in the pen, and they stayed there for good. He passed away on Thursday at the age of 83. The Hall of Famer pitched 14 of his 19 seasons in Philly, winning 286 games and completing a mind-numbing 305 starts. He was also the ace of the Whiz Kids in 1950 that led the Phils to their first World Series in 35 years. And also one of the golden voices of this sport fell silent as Ernie Harwell lost his battle with cancer on Tuesday. Harwell broadcast for 55 years, 42 of those with the Detroit Tigers. He was a Hall of Famer in both talent and class.
Baseball, it's just a game, as simple as a ball and bat, and yet as complex as the American spirit it symbolizes.
He called it a simple game because he lived as one of its greatest storytellers. Ernie Harwell was born in 1918, and his love of the game came early in his life.
I was a baseball fan when I was 5 or 6 years old. I began working for the Sporting News in 1934. That was a year after the first All-Star game, and have been in the media ever since then. I've been able to do Major League Baseball for 7 decades.
In 1948, Harwell became the only announcer in the history of baseball to be traded for a player when Branch Rickey brought him to the Brooklyn Dodgers. Ernie went on to do play-by-play for the New York Giants, the Baltimore Orioles, NBC, and CBS Radio. But in 1960, he became the voice of the Detroit Tigers, a position he held for more than 40 years. In 1981, he received the Ford C. Frick Award and was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
It's an ideal weather situation, 67 degrees.
Ernie Harwell's years in the Tigers press box made him an icon in the Motor City until his retirement in 2002. Last September, after Ernie announced his battle with cancer, the city of Detroit honored one of its favorite sons in an unforgettable ceremony.
I certainly want to thank you from the depth of my heart for your devotion, your support, your loyalty, and your love. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Ernie Harwell, gone at the age of 92. He will be missed.
Park, and it's the Fox Saturday Baseball Game of the Week. This great matchup, the New York Yankees and the Boston Red Sox at Fenway. And now welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck. That is Tim McCarver. Well, so far here in 2010, these are two teams looking up in the standings at the Tampa Bay Rays. Their start has been phenomenal. And for the Yankees and the Red Sox, so much attention's paid to the starting staffs. But the story's different for each side.
Well, the Boston Red Sox, their starting pitchers, the talk of baseball before the season started, but it's been the New York Yankees and a reversal of fortune between these two teams. The New York Yankees starters have lost only one game, and look at that earned run average, 2.16. The Red Sox, on the other hand, second from the bottom in the AL. So it's an understatement to talk about a reversal of fortune between the Red Sox and the Yankees.
And who gets the ball for Boston today? It's Clay Buchholz, who's been very good here at the start of the year. Sabathia on the mound for the New York Yankees. Well, it's been a very good start to the 2010 season for New York. It has been frustrating for the Boston Red Sox. Baseball's best rivalry renewed here on a Saturday afternoon in Boston, Massachusetts. Glad you're with us. Baseball next on Fox. Like that. Usually it comes along later in the year. This is October-type baseball weather-wise, and we'll give you a look at the Yankees starting lineup brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Jeter leads it off, then Brett Gardner off to a great start. Teixeira heating up in May. Alex Rodriguez cleans up at third. The DH is Robinson Cano. Initially not even in the lineup at all, but able to DH. Swisher's hot and right, went deep last night. Randy Wynn in left. Francisco Cervelli is the catcher, and playing second, batting ninth is Ramiro Pena. And here's a look at the right-hander, Clay Buchholz, who's 3-2, good ERA, and has been one of the dependable guys in this rotation for Boston.
Yeah, the Boston Red Sox have three pitchers capable of being the number one starter. Josh Beckett, who was battered around last night, John Lackey and John Lester. But so far this year, it's been Clay Buchholz who's been their best.
This game is brought to you by Budweiser, official beer of the thirst inning, the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. Budweiser, it's what we do. And on this cloudy, rainy day, and it was pouring earlier this morning. I mean, really coming down. Thunderstorms rolled through the area. Here we go, right on time. Yankees and Red Sox. And a fastball is fouled back to the screen. Strike one on Derek Jeter, who's off to a 300 start, and he is tied for 6th in the American League with his total of 22 RBIs. Again, it's Jeter, Gardner, and Teixeira here in the first inning against the right-hander Buchholz. Reaching for it. It's foul ball. And that's strike 2. The sprint pitcher profile for Clay Buchholz.
For the Boston right-hander, keep your life and your pitching real simple, and you'll get along. That was a quote from Robin Roberts to Time magazine back in 1956. And what a tribute that is to Robin to use that quote.
Here's a grounder left side. It gets by Beltre, and from the hole, Scudero has no chance. Beltre just flat out missed it. It went by his glove. I don't know if he was far enough to his left. It looked like it from our vantage point. It's an infield base hit and a good start for the Yankees.
Well, it went by it or under it. We'll see. I don't think he got to it. And Scudero, by the time the ball got by him, no way to get Jeter.
So a leadoff hit for Jeter, and that for Derek is his 265th career hit against the Boston Red Sox. That is the third best total since 1961. Brooks Robinson had 285 hits against Boston. And Paul Molitor, 282. And now 265 for Jeter, who has a small lead and gets back. But this is one of the areas already. Now, Jeter's stolen 3, been caught once, where the Red Sox, and in particular Victor Martinez, have struggled in slowing down the opposition's running game. Brett Gardner at the plate. And bunting up the third baseline. A great bunt, and it's thrown away. What a good play by Pedroia. Pedroia just saved an error by Victor Martinez, and it's 2 on with nobody out.
I think the fans in New England are thinking that, you know, when you look at Dustin Pedroia, there might be more than one of them on the field. And this is an example of how alert. And in football, they say a guy who's attracted to the ball. But Dustin Pedroia, I cannot tell you how good a play that was by Pedroia to keep runners at first and second for the Yankees.
And that's where they are for Mark Teixeira, who's starting to heat up in May. That's really how his career has gone. He struggled in April. He gets it going in May, and last year had a very good first year in a Yankee uniform. Good swing and a foul straight back. Take a look at the defense. It's brought to you by Scott's. The Boston Red Sox have Bill Hall in left, Darnell McDonald in center, and J.D. Drew in right. Around the infield third to first, it's Beltre, Scudero, Pedroia, Euclid, and Victor Martinez behind the plate. Doing the catching for the right-hander Clay Buchholz, who is in first inning trouble. The 0-1 pitch is a double play ball to second. Pedroia out at second and out at first. 4-6-3. And Buchholz gets exactly what he needed.
Now does that give you an idea of how important that play was by Pedroia? An easy double play. Teixeira normally hits into a lot of double plays, but if Pedroia's not backing up that play like he did, no chance for the double play then.
When we talked to Terry Francona, the manager of the Red Sox, he compared Pedroia to Derek Jeter of the Yankees. He said he's got
what high praise, huh?
A lot of Jeter in him. As Rodriguez tries to salvage something out of this inning for New York, and he takes inside ball 1. Here's the play by Pedroia on the ball hit by Gardner.
Yeah, the double play after this play was routine, but nothing routine about that brilliant awareness play by Pedroia.
1-0 pitch to Alex Rodriguez with a runner at third, 2 out. Down and away, 2-0. Francona went on to say at the end of the game, we want the ball hit to Pedroia like the Yankees want the ball hit to Derek Jeter, with a chance to win a game. And he bothers us, talking about Jeter the way Pedroia bothers them. Here's a 2-0 pitch, runner at third, 2 out. 2-1. Here are the 4 keys to the game as we play here in the top of the first.
For the New York Yankees, stay healthy and hot. As far as Boston is concerned, forget the leather and swing the bats. A lot more games are won with the bats than with the gloves.
That's a pretty loaded key to the game here in the first inning. It's something that's been talked about here in the early going in 2010 with regard to the Red Sox. Here's a 2-1 pitch, runner at third, 2 out, 3-1. I mean, so much was written and talked about with Boston, and more of a run prevention type team, worrying about their pitching and their defense. The pitching has been substandard, and the defense has not been very good. And in my estimation, that can start with the guy behind the plate defensively. Here's a 3-1 pitch. On the inside corner, a full count. Teams have run at will, Tim, against the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, they have. At one time, it was 24 out of 25 caught stealing by the Red Sox catchers. To Martinez's credit, he has thrown out 3 of his last 7 base runners that have tried to steal.
Rodriguez looking for something on 3-2 and now steps out. Yankees made a roster move and they have disabled Nick Johnson, their DH, with inflammation in that right wrist, and it will be several weeks, they say, before he's back. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Skips in, blocked by Martinez, and it's first and third, 2 out. That'll bring in Robinson Cano, who was not initially in the lineup for Joe Girardi because of that. Beckett sprung a leak in a 6-run 6th inning. He drilled Robinson Cano on the inside of the left knee. Tried to continue, could not. 2 pitches later, took himself out of the game, and here he is the next afternoon back in there for New York, and that's a big lift for this lineup with Cano 4th best in the AL, hitting .355.
It is incendiary whenever anybody is hit on either of these teams with the fastball. And last night, I mean, for anybody to think that those 2 pitches were anywhere near intentional, it's just simply not the case. I mean, with Cano, it hit his back knee, and Derek Jeter was hit with the bases loaded. So much ado about nothing. But people thinking that the Yankees should retaliate today.
Runners at the corners with 2 out. Cano at the plate, and he takes a strike. He was the AL Player of the Month for the month of April, and deserved it. Hit .400. Driving in runs. Hitting the long ball. He's hit 9 home runs, 3rd best total in the American League. Really tightened up his defense, and at the age of 27, he is becoming one of the best in baseball all around. The 0-1. Good pitch in under the hands of Cano from Buchholz. It's 0-2.
We talked about it last night. Here's Cano hit on the left knee, the cut fastball from Beckett, and then with the bases loaded, Derek Jeter hit, and the circumstance, no warning was given by the umpires, and no warning really should have been given by the umpires last night.
Runners at the corners with 2 out. 0-2. That's in the air to left center and easy for McDonald. Darnell hauls it in, and after all that, 2 hits, a walk. Good heads-up play by Pedroia. Saves damage. No score after half. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Scudero leads it off at shortstop. Then it's Pedroia off to a great start. Victor Martinez hitting third. Had a nice night last night. Euclid cleans up. Lowell is the DH. J.D. Drew in right. Beltre is a third baseman. Bill Hall is in left. And Darnell McDonald is in center. This is a lineup that's without Jacoby Ellsbury, the normal left fielder and leadoff hitter, and Mike Cameron, who is possibly going to go on a rehab assignment starting Monday from center field. And here's the sprint pitcher profile for Sabathia after you look at his numbers for the season.
Well, it's the same pitcher profile that there was for Clay Buchholz. Keep your life and your pitching real simple, and you'll get along. And I think CC does that for the most part. One of the more relaxed pitchers that I've ever seen on the day he starts.
First up is Scudero. And he takes a strike. To be honest, though, kind of a mail-in job by you on the pitcher profile. I mean, a nice tribute to Robin Roberts, and justifiably so. But I know that's something that you always stress about before a game starts, and really you just use the quote for both guys. Just call it what it is. The 0-1 pitch is fouled off the end of the bat, right side for Teixeira. And a quiet start to the bottom of the first inning for the Red Sox.
What can I say? I'm guilty.
Yankees defense is presented by Scott's. Wynn is in the outfield. He's in left. Gardner in center. Swisher in right. Granderson is injured, and so he's on the DL. That's why Wynn is in there. Gardner's in center. A-Rod, Jeter, Pena, Teixeira on the infield with Cervelli catching again. Posada's got a strain in his right calf. He will DH tomorrow night. That's the plan, and then catch on Monday. Sabathia on the hill. Here's Pedroia. And there's a strike from CC. Pedroia is 1 for 17 in his career against Sabathia. And it has been a very good start to this season for the big left-hander of the Yankees, something he's not accustomed to. Usually starts slowly in April and then builds as the season goes on. And we all know what he did last postseason was 3-1. Started game one of each round of the playoffs as the Yankees ended up winning their 27th World Championship. 1-1 pitch to Pedroia. Is lined into left center field, and Gardner to his right has out number 2. If you want to see your name on the air, play MLB on Fox. Tune in to win now on foxsports.com/tunein. Again, it's called Tune In to Win. Make your predictions during today's game between the Yankees and Red Sox. You have to hurry. Your predictions must be submitted by the end of the second inning. Stick around to increase your chances of winning with the 7th inning bonus question. Winners will be announced on air during the 9th inning. Log on to foxsports.com/tunein to play now. 2 outs. Here's Victor Martinez, who's been much better right-handed than he has been left-handed to start the year. And he takes another first pitch strike. That's what Sabathia has done to each of the first 3 hitters.
I think your point about a slow start, CC Sabathia 1-3 2 years ago, make that 1-4, then 1-3 last year, and he's turned that around this year in April and the first week in May.
Here's the 0-1. Just off the inside corner.
I think what that brings up, Joe, is that the Yankees made such a shrewd move in signing Sabathia, because now Joe Girardi and the Yankees realize that he's the perfect product right now. He was a thrower a decade ago, but now he's turned into a real pitcher.
That's off the end of the bat. Gardner coming to get it, and it's a 1-2-3 first inning for Sabathia. Relatively quick first inning. Yankees and Red Sox. No score. Budweiser is sponsored by Taco Bell, think outside the bun. By the all-new 2011 Super Duty built Ford Tough. And by Sprint, the Now Network. Before we begin the bottom of the second inning, or rather the top half, it'll be Swisher, Wynn, and Cervelli. We'll remind you about the People All-Stars, folks who will be honored at the All-Star game coming up in Anaheim. MLB and People Magazine are looking for individuals who make a difference in their community. 30 everyday All-Stars will be honored at the All-Star game. To nominate, go to peopleallstars.com. Nick Swisher is hot. He was hitting 200 on the 18th of April, and now he looks up and sees a 290 average, as he has hit 350 since that date in the 19th on, with 5 homers, 16 RBIs, and he went deep last night. That's low. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Yankees check in at 20-8. That's the good news. The bad news is the Tampa Bay Rays are even better, a game and a half better, at 22-7. They won last night in Oakland 4-1. For the Red Sox, who slipped back to the 500 mark at 15-15, they are now 7.5 games out behind the Rays.
Losing 3 in a row to Baltimore last weekend, then sweeping the Angels, and then losing the first game of the series last night to the Yankees.
Here is a 2-1 pitch to Swisher. Hard hit, right side. Youkilis gobbles it up, flips for the out, 1 away. How about the Tampa Bay Rays? They're 22-7, best record in baseball. They've won 13 of their first 14 on the road.
Goodness.
First team to do that since the '84 Tigers, that great Tigers team. And their starting rotation, you compare these two and how good they've been. Certainly the Yankees have been very good with their rotation. Well, Tampa Bay's even better. I love the quote by Mike Vaccaro of the Post. Said the Rays have the feel of a batch of college buddies deciding to have one last go at glory before they graduate and go their separate ways.
I didn't see that. That's great.
And this is a team, the Tampa Bay Rays, it'll look a lot different next year. Carl Crawford is a free agent to be, as is Carlos Pena. They're slugging first baseman. First pitch, a ball to Randy Wynn, who's getting more playing time now because of the injury to Granderson. That's ball 2, 2-0.
You mentioned that 1984 Detroit Tiger team. That was a team that won 35 of their first 40 games. At one time, after 40 games, they were 30 games over 500.
Here's a 2-0 pitch for a strike, 2-1. That was a fun group to watch, and a team that ended up in the World Series taking on the San Diego Padres. Think about some of the players who were on that team. Here's a 2-1 pitch. And that might have been that good Buchholz changeup. Although it said 94, so not. It looked like Wynn was reaching for it. The bottom dropped out of it. Good pitch.
It was a changeup.
Yep. Well, then our radar guns messed up. Can't have a 94-mile-an-hour changeup. What's his fastball, 120?
Sounds like Sid Finch.
Here's a 2-2 pitch with 1 out, nobody on. And a late swing, a comebacker to Buchholz, 2 out. You had Whitaker, you had Trammell, you had Darrell Evans, you had Kirk Gibson on that team. You had a veteran pitching staff and a guy in the dugout who knew how to pull the right strings.
And a guy in the bullpen who knew how to pull the right strings. Willie Hernandez was the most valuable player that year. Very unusual to have a short reliever as an MVP.
Here is Francisco Cervelli. The young catcher is off to a very good start, hitting .395. And the Yankees have almost weathered this little storm. Now they've been hit with more news today that Nick Johnson is on the DL. That's foul, but hard hit. But they've had Posada, who hasn't played since straining his calf on Monday. They've gotten through that stretch. He'll be back in the lineup tomorrow night, according to Joe Girardi. They've gone through this stretch since last Friday without their closer Mariano Rivera. They had Jabba Chamberlain close back-to-back games and get saves. They've had blowout wins the other games. Andy Pettit will miss a start, but he feels good, and he's upset that he's having to miss a start. That's a foul ball and an 0-2 count. But they do have Granderson on the DL, and now they add Nick Johnson to the disabled list, and that just adds to his woes. Had a good Wednesday. 3 hits, a homer, a double, a single. But that right wrist that has given him problems through his career, it's flared up again, and he will be lost for quite a while. 0-2. Back to Buchholz. And Clay made it look easy. Just shot puts it over to first base, and we're through an inning and a half. Who's coming up? Kevin Youkilis. He will lead it off. Then Lowell, then Drew. Bottom of the second at Fenway. No score. With full flavor and a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. We go into the bottom of the second inning, and that means Youkilis. He's a cleanup man for Boston, taking on Sabathia. Holds the bat high, and Sabathia lets it fly, and that's 4 batters, 4 first pitch strikes. Youkilis, then Lowell, then J.D. Drew, as now the DH for the Boston Red Sox. David Ortiz is in a platoon situation with Mike Lowell and has been lifted for a pinch hitter already a couple of times this season, and things are changing here and rapidly evolving with the DH spot with the Boston Red Sox. Talking to Terry Francona before the game, he said, I understand the questions about David Ortiz. You look at his history, he's been so good for so long. But this situation with the Boston Red Sox is bigger than David Ortiz. Right now, he is one of the 25 men on this roster, and day after day, Terry Francona is trying to figure out the best group to go out and win the game, and that's not included David Ortiz at times this season. 2 balls and a strike. Youkilis takes ball 3. Off to a .296 start. 5 homers, 15 RBIs. Sat out last Sunday with a groin strain. Look at the defense. They are straightaway and deep. Here's a 3-1. Right side, base hit. And the first Boston hit of the day belongs to Youkilis. And we'll bring in Mike Lowell and brings in Ken Rosenthal, who is field level with us today. Hello, Ken, and what do you think is going to happen with David Ortiz and the Boston Red Sox?
Joe, it is literally a day-to-day situation. It is possible that ultimately the Red Sox will choose to release David Ortiz. At that point, they could go with a platoon of Jeremy Hermida and Mike Lowell, or they could go search for another DH. But they're going to need more production out of that spot, and that's where this focus is coming from.
Ken, thanks. Runner at first with nobody out. Lowell has been very good when hitting as a DH. He's hit .320. Pretty good rip. Strike one.
This does not solve the Boston Red Sox problem, but a lot of people may be surprised at the top three teams in the American League East and how poor the offensive production is from Pat Burrell, David Ortiz, and Nick Johnson.
These are guys that are just paid to hit.
Yeah, right.
And they're not.
Yeah.
Here's the 0-1. That's outside, a ball and a strike. This Boston Red Sox regime and those in charge, whether it's Theo Epstein or people above him, have proven over the past few years that they are not unwilling to part with popular players. When you think of Pedro Martinez moving on, certainly Manny Ramirez acting his way off this team. Here's another base hit to right. And the first two are on for the Red Sox here in the second. And, Tim, the big difference between this year and last year, when Ortiz was able to rebound and end up with a decent year after a dismal start, is this is the end of David Ortiz's contract this year. Last year, if they released him, they owed him another year. They were good enough to let him hang around and try and figure it out. This is a club that's 7.5 games out behind two very well put together teams. It's a different situation in 2010.
Well, it's also different because last year Mike Lowell was not available to platoon with David Ortiz. They wanted Ortiz to hit against both right-handers and left-handers. But this year, Mike Lowell is not only very healthy, but very popular here in Boston. Not that Ortiz has lost a lot in popularity, but he certainly lost a lot as far as his batting average is concerned.
First pitch, a ball to J.D. Drew, 2 on with nobody out, and the next from Sabathia's on the outside corner, a 1-1 count on Drew, who's been getting hotter. He also got off to a very slow start. Now he's up to 265. 5 homers, 18 RBIs. And in his career, he's hit only .223 against Yankee pitching. The 1-1. Inside, 2 balls and a strike. It's Drew now. It's Adrian Beltre on deck.
I think the chances are remote for J.D. Drew to pull the ball in this situation. I think he'll hit the ball to left field, particularly if the fastball or slider is away from it.
Here's a 2-1. He pulls it foul and the count 2-2. That's exactly what Dave Magadan, the hitting coach for the Boston Red Sox, likes to see from Drew, and that's usually an indication that he's getting hot when he goes the other way. He may not have a choice against Sabathia with his stuff moving away from the left-handed batter. Here's a 2-2. And reaching for it, Drew strikes out. An important strikeout for Sabathia, his first of the day. And he took care of J.D. Drew, 1 out.
Boy, what a wicked slider to J.D. Drew. And Sabathia gets one when he needs it. That's really the mark of a good pitcher.
Drew couldn't hit it, and Cervelli couldn't catch it. Here's Beltre. Adrian's hitting .339, and that average is good for 9th best in the American League. Finally got onto the home run list this week. Hit his first 2 with the Boston Red Sox against the Angels in that 4-game sweep. Sabathia's first is up and away, ball 1. Beltre had that huge year in 2004, hit .334, 48 home runs and 121 RBIs. has not been close to that type power or production since. There's a strike.
That last pitch, the pitch that has changed Sabathia from a thrower to a pitcher. The power changeup on the outside part of the plate, particularly to right-handed batters. And he'll throw it on any count.
Red Sox have turned to double play defensively. Yankees 1-1, and that's down and away. Check swing. Ball 2-1. This is a Boston team that is so far 1-7 against the two teams they're chasing in the AL East. At least the top two teams in the AL East, the Rays and the Yankees, and that 1-7 record is all action that's happened here at Fenway. The 2-1. Double play ball to Jeter. Ramiro Pena inning over. Each side has turned one. We've played two. Yankees, Red Sox, Sabathia, Buchholz. No score. Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Budweiser. As Chris Rose mentioned during our pregame show, this world, not just the world of baseball, lost the great Ernie Harwell on Tuesday. He's coming to cancer at the age of 92. Ramiro Pena is digging in, and as a way, a tribute from all of us to one of the greatest ever, Ernie Harwell. We'll be silent. Enjoy the action. So we continue here in the top of the third inning. A leadoff double by Ramiro Pena, followed by a walk to Derek Jeter. And like Buchholz had in the first inning, he's got 2 on with nobody out. Now he will deal with Gardner. Brett Gardner bunted for a base hit his first time up. And we certainly have much more to say about Ernie Harwell and Robin Roberts, the Hall of Famer who died on Thursday at the age of 83. And in the 50s, just dominated the sport from the pitcher's mound.
He is the last right-handed pitcher of the Philadelphia Phillies to win 20 games. That was 55 years ago.
Had 6 straight 20-win seasons. Here's another bunt from Gardner. Takes a hop, and Martinez takes care of the rest. The runners advance to second and third, and the sacrifice is good. 2-4 with Victor Martinez throwing to Pedroia. Covering the bag, Euclid hit the deck. And that was certainly an era. I'm talking about Robin Roberts in the 50s of more complete games, but Robin Roberts was the guy who led the National League in complete games from 1952 to 1956. Part of the Whiz Kids in Philadelphia, 1950.
Almost half of his starts were complete games.
Second and third, 1 out, and Teixeira takes a strike over the inside corner. Pitched 19 seasons in the big leagues for the Phillies, Orioles, Astros, and Cubs. Went into the Hall of Fame in 1976. Tremendous command and control. Here comes an 0-1 pitch to Teixeira. Second and third, 1 out, and Teixeira way out in front. Just gets a piece. It's 0-2.
Richard Goldstein of the New York Times did a marvelous obituary of Robin Roberts on Friday. And he quoted Robbie at the end of the obituary. And he said, you don't have to make, Robin Roberts said this, you don't have to make a big study of batters beforehand. That's the whole story of pitching. Keep it simple. And he did.
Second and third, 1 out. Teixeira gets a base hit into right field. In to score is Pena, who led off with a double. They'll hold Jeter at third. And it's another May hit for Mark Teixeira and an RBI. And the Yankees lead 1-0 here in the third inning.
And that's really a careless pitch by a pitcher who has not been careless this year. 0-2 is the count. Fastball right down the pipe to a struggling Teixeira, and the Yankees are on the board.
So Teixeira, who went 11 for 81 in April, is now 9 of 26 in May. He gets the RBI, his 16th of the season, and he's put the Yankees on top. John Farrell, the pitching coach for the Red Sox, out to talk to Clay Buchholz. And then there's Ernie Harwell, who at the age of 92 passed away on Tuesday. A man from Georgia. You think of Southern gentility, you think of Ernie Harwell. Ford C. Frick Award winner in 1981, an absolute titan in this industry, and never, ever acted that way or treated anyone as such. He was one of the sweetest men you could ever meet, not just in this profession, but any profession. And he will be missed. Beloved in Detroit for great reason. Got there in 1960, settled in. And his speech last year at the ballpark in Detroit, if that didn't choke you up, thinking about a man who knew that he wasn't going to live much longer, and the words that he put together, the way he said them to that crowd, he was just wonderful. First pitch, a ball to Alex Rodriguez, and now a foul tip at the plate. Then on Thursday, after Ernie passed away on Tuesday at Comerica, had fans lining up to pay their respects to Ernie Harwell. It's a unique bond that a radio play-by-play announcer has with a listening audience. Somebody who's been in a city as long as Ernie Harwell was in Detroit. Here's a foul. Tim, it's almost like for some a member of the family passing away, because those men who have done it, they provide the soundtrack during the course of spring and summer and sometimes into the fall for decades. People's childhood, or people remembering learning the game from a loved one while listening to that particular broadcast.
And baseball is such a game for radio. It's a game carved out for radio as we work in the television end of it.
Here is one past the glove of Beltre into left. Played it off to the side, and in to score is Jeter. Hard hit. Beltre never touched it. It's a base hit, and RBI number 19 for Rodriguez.
I think it should be a base hit. A very difficult play by Beltre, that in between hop, and Rodriguez has RBI number 19 on the year. I remember growing up in Memphis, Tennessee, and listening to your dad, Harry Carey, Joe Garagiola, calling the Cardinal games on the Cardinal Baseball Network. Jack Buck, his first year with the Cardinals, 1954. Harry's first year, 1945.
Here's a double play ball hit to Pedroia. The Yankees get 2. RBIs in the inning by Teixeira and Rodriguez. And we say goodbye to two of the greats in this game. Guys, the top of this inning by Teixeira and Rodriguez, the 3-4 hitters. It's the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Red Sox. Hall, McDonald, and Scutaro. Anybody gets on Pedroia. First pitch of ball to Bill Hall, who's hitting .231. Good utility player. As the Red Sox are trying to fill the void left, the injuries to both Mike Cameron, their opening day center fielder, and Jacoby Ellsbury, their opening day left fielder. 1 ball, 1 strike. Both are on the way back. Both have taken batting practice, but neither one is ready. Cameron, as I mentioned in the first inning, is about to head out on a rehabilitation assignment. Here's a foul straight back. That's strike 2. Ellsbury with 4 fractured ribs because of a collision with Adrian Beltre, and a hernia or a lower abdominal strain suffered by Mike Cameron. Those are 2 big missing pieces for Boston. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bill Hall with Darnell McDonald on deck. Gives this lineup a much different look. And that is swung on and missed by Hall. Second strikeout for Sabathia, and that's how the bottom of the 3rd inning begins.
That unusual batting style of Bill Hall, where he lays the bat on his right shoulder before he swings. Think about Bill Hall. I mean, just 4 years ago, he hit 35 home runs for the Milwaukee Brewers. I tell you, the talent can leave you in a hurry in this game, like I guess all professional sports.
With 1 out, nobody on, Darnell McDonald. Great story for the Red Sox. 5,000 minor league at bats this guy has had. He has had less than 200 big league at bats, and he's done pretty well getting an opportunity here. He's hit 2 home runs, driven in 9, hitting .265. So he has stayed with it. He's been in pro ball since '98. The 0-1 pitch is hit high and deep in the air to left. Back at the wall. Darnell McDonald is homered, and it's 2-1. Darnell's story just got a little bit better.
It certainly did. Well, he grew up in the Denver area, and this fastball was hit, it seemed like a mile high.
And it just settled in on the backside of the monster in left center field. So it's a 2-1 game. Back to the top of the order, Marcos Scutaro. First pitch is up and away for ball 1.
Darnell McDonald was called up by the Red Sox on April the 20th, and he ended the game with a base hit. It's the first time in Red Sox history that a player making his debut ended a game for the Red Sox. That's how special his time in Boston has been.
1 ball, 1 strike on Scutaro, who fouled out to first his first time up. Pedroia will follow, and the Red Sox are on the board. That is the 41st home run Boston has hit this season, and they are in the top 5, relying on the home run ball to score their runs. 40% of their runs are scored via the home run. That's a little up and away, 2-1. Coming into the season, baseball experts and I think the front office here thought, well, how are we going to score runs? You got to look at that pitching. You got to look at the defense. This is an offense that's number 3 in the league in scoring runs. That hasn't been the problem. Problem, as we chronicled, has been in that starting rotation. And defensively, they're right in the middle of the pack in the American League in fielding percentage.
And they really miss Jacoby Ellsbury. He gives them the speed at the top that makes this an exciting team instead of a station-to-station type offense.
Here's a 3-1, and a moving pitch is in for strike 2. With one out, nobody on. And a pop-up. Out behind short. In comes Wynn from left, and that is out number 2. Base is empty. DirecTV game break. Here's Chris Rose.
All right, Joe, in Cleveland, Kerry Wood, fresh off the DL with a bad back. Now he's got a strained neck after watching Miguel Cabrera go to right center. He leads the American League in batting and in RBIs with 32. Tigers lead the Tribe 6-4 in the 9th. Remember, the only way to watch every baseball game in HD, 1-800-DirecTV. Joe, all the way back to you in the booth.
Thanks, Chris. You could sense a little frustration in Chris's voice. That's why he was particularly nasty about Kerry Wood. It's because he's from Cleveland. With 2 out, nobody on. Pedroia is hit. We talked about the Yankees who were hit last night, and with 2 out, nobody on, Dustin Pedroia is hit. It keeps the inning alive. It will bring in Victor Martinez, and you would have to really work hard to convince me that didn't have purpose behind it.
I agree with that, and the reason I agree with that is that CC Sabathia was one of the more vocal last night. But if that was intentional, in my view, that's misdirected. Because as we said earlier, there was no way that Josh Beckett was trying to hit Robinson Cano last night or Derek Jeter. Cano was hitting the back leg. Jeter was hitting the back with the bases loaded.
Now Sabathia throws over. Let's say this. If it did come from Sabathia with the intent to hit, it was in a good spot.
That's true.
His control was impeccable as he hit Dustin Pedroia in the backside.
Their best offensive player.
Nothing above the waist. It was below it, and he's on. Now Victor Martinez takes a strike.
To me, this pitch right here points out how players overreact, fans overreact, umpires overreact to the knockdown pitch. And last night, in my view, there was no intent on Josh Beckett's part, but it looked like Sabathia intended to hit Pedroia there.
And there was no warning after all that last night given by the umpires, as we talked about, to these teams before they took the field today. And there was no warning given after Pedroia was hit. And to Dustin's credit, he just set the bat down and headed to first base.
Yep.
But we'll see if that rears up again. It may at some point as we go through the rest of this game. We will talk to each manager. I mean, you can predict the answer right now, but I'll ask the question. Here's a 1-1 pitch from Sabathia, and it's low, 2-1. The other part of it is it's a one-run game, and you just put the tying run on with the number 3 hitter in Victor Martinez, who, while he has struggled, he's picked it up of late, and payback for something that looked, at least to us, unintentional last night could lead to trouble for Sabathia. Here's a 2-1. A slide step, and it's down and in. 3 balls and a strike with Youkilis on deck.
That's another thing Sabathia has learned over the years is how to control the running game. Okay, he is the finished product for the Yankees right now.
See if Victor Martinez gets something to hit here with a count 3-1. And he takes strike 2. So now Pedroia will go at first. It's a 2-1 game thanks to the home run by Darnell McDonald. And Cervelli goes out to talk. What is our Mercedes-Benz trivia question? May 7th, 1903, New York and Boston met for the first time. What were the 2 franchises' original nicknames? Full count, runner at first, 2 out. Pedroia will go, and now time called by Victor Martinez. I believe I know the answer to our trivia question, which makes me 1 for 70.
Not good odds.
No, probably not right. 3-2 pitch, and Victor Martinez fouls it back.
I think I know half of the answer. I believe I know.
bet you know the New York side.
Yeah. I think I do.
But if we're going to ask the question, it would be foolish of us just to throw out the answer, right or wrong. We'll let you think about it or research it.
Yeah.
Another 3-2 pitch and a drive into left at the wall. Red Sox lead it 3-2 on a home run by Victor Martinez. Payback just bit the Yankees.
Payback in the form of a mortgage. If this was intentional, it could have awakened the Red Sox.
And a blast off the bat of Victor Martinez, his third. He's heating up. He has 14 RBIs. And this was a no-doubter to anybody in the seats or to Sabathia. So just like that, a home run by McDonald with 2 out, nobody on. First pitch, Pedroia's hit. And then Victor Martinez follows with a 3-2 delivery that he deposits over the seats on top of the monster in left center field. Down and in, ball 1 to Euclid. Euclid has a hit. Pushed his average to 303. With that unique batting style, he waits, and here's a 1-0. 2-0. Here is a 2-0, 3-0, and let's see how Sabathia might be a little rattled after the last 2 hitters. He hit one, gave up the home run, and has given up the lead, which was 2-0 at the start of this 3rd inning. The bottom half. Here is a 3-0 pitch, and a 4-pitch walk to Euclid.
Tell you, this is a stark example of the other side of retribution. If the Yankees felt like they had to seek retribution for what, common sense is going to tell you that last night, Cano's hit on the back knee, Jeter's hit with the bases loaded. Score was 6-1 at the time.
Beckett was so out of whack. Yeah. He hit his own catcher in the arm because he was crossed up.
Exactly.
1 on, 2 out. Now that's 5 straight out of the strike zone from Sabathia. The other part of it is, if you read the quotes and saw the reaction last night from the 2 guys who were hit, they didn't think anything of it.
No.
But others around this Yankee team were talking about a raised eyebrow at the 2 hitters who were drilled last night. We go back to last night as Sabathia finds the strike zone inside of the left knee for Cano, and then Jeter with the bases loaded to force home a run, hit in the middle of the back. And now here today on the backside to Pedroia, followed by the home run by Victor Martinez. Here's a foul outside third off the bat of Lowell, and it's 1-2. He had allowed 1 coming in. He has allowed 2 in this inning. Sabathia. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Off the fists and out of play. The walk to Euclid was the first walk in this game by Sabathia. And Mike Lowell is trying to compound the problem for Sabathia, which started with the hit batsman. A throw over and Euclid back easily. Lowell's hit 1 home run, driven in 9, a base hit to right his first time up. The 1-2. Down and in, blocked by Cervelli. 2-2. This will be the 30th pitch of this inning coming from Sabathia. 2-2 pitch, and he got him reaching on a pitch outside. Lowell strikes out, but 2 homers in the inning. First it was Darnell McDonald, cut the lead in half, and then after the hit batsman Victor Martinez put the Red Sox on top. 3-2 Boston after 3. Queen. And by Valvoline, guarantee your engine up to 300,000 miles. We had our between-inning chat with Terry Francona.
Classic.
Play that for you in just a moment as Nick Swisher leads it off and takes a pitch up from Clay Buchholz. It's now 3-2, Red Sox on top. The Yankees got 2 in the top of the third. RBIs by their big guys, Teixeira and Rodriguez. And then 2 home runs by the Red Sox in the bottom of the inning has Boston on top. That's low. It's 2-0.
And folks, I am not kidding when I said that interview was classic. Joe asked the questions. Terry supplied the answers, and I'm telling you, it's one of the all-time great in-game interviews.
Oh, well, I don't know. Now you're setting it up for failure.
Oh, no. It's classic.
Here comes a 2-0 pitch to Swisher, who grounded out his first time. One of the hotter hitters in this lineup for New York, and it's 3-0. So if you're Buchholz, your teammates come back and give you 3 runs after you give up 2, and now Buchholz is in danger of walking the leadoff man. He's walked 2. Allowed 2 runs on 5 hits so far. .30 pitch is outside, and a 4-pitch leadoff walk from Buchholz gets the Yankees started in the 4th inning. And our first question to Terry Francona was about the pitching of Buchholz and what Terry has seen so far.
Well, he's limited some damage. I mean, in the 1st inning, and I thought Pedroia, backing up that play was huge in the inning. And then we get a ground ball that gets over Beltre's glove, but he's using his fastball and he's limited damage, and he's given us a chance where Victor's hit ends up being pretty meaningful.
I'm going to ask Girardi, and so I'm going to at least ask you. You're smart enough to dance around with the answer, but do you think there was anything behind that pitch from Sabathia to Pedroia?
I think he'd probably do better asking Joe. I'm just glad we turned it into a couple runs. I thought Pedroia did a great job of setting the table.
Yeah, he did. He set the table by setting the bat down and going down to first. And Victor Martinez looks like he's starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, he sure is. I think tonight when Petey goes to the bathroom, it might hurt a little bit.
We're just going to leave it at that. Thanks, Terry.
Family show. All right, guys.
Thanks. That's Terry Francona, who's been in the dugout for the Red Sox since 2004. He's had a great run here, and he and Joe Girardi are both kind every time we have them, whether regular season or postseason, to join us from the dugout.
I'll tell you, I really enjoyed that.
I could hear.
I did. Loved it.
5 in a row have missed from Clay Buchholz. Randy Wynn is at the plate. Hit a comebacker to Buchholz's first time up. And a check on Swisher. Randy Wynn hit a 3-run home run on Monday. That was his first home run since last April 25th. Had gone 491 at bats without going deep. Guy who hit 14 home runs back in 2007. His playing time has been reduced as the years have rolled on, and now he takes a strike. Crowd gives Buchholz a cheer, and it's 1-1. Ken Rosenthal is with us. Ken, Terry Francona has his hands full in that manager's office every day trying to make out the lineup and maneuver his way through the DH situation.
Absolutely, Joe. And this is one of the toughest situations for any manager when you have prominent veterans in decline having to accept reduced roles. He's got that with 4 players: Ortiz, Lowell, Varitek, and Tim Wakefield. And he also has, right now, an inflexible roster. 2 DHs, no Cameron, no Ellsbury. Bill Hall's in left field today. If they want to hit for Bill Hall, well, they'll be without a backup infielder for the rest of the game.
Terry Francona is very smart. Here's a pitch down and in. And he's got a great sense of humor, which he just showed from the dugout while he's trying to manage a game against the Yankees. And he uses both his intelligence and his sense of humor to deal with egos and veterans and trying to get through sticky situations like he's having to do with the players that Ken just mentioned.
That's why he's lasted 1,003 games here in Boston.
And it's how he deals with the media as well.
Right.
I mean, they get on him here, and this is a tough market for media, and they're going to get on a manager, but there's always a little twinkle in his eye that gives him the benefit of the doubt where others might not get it. But they don't let up on him, that's for sure. 2-1 pitch is on the outside corner, 2-2. The job he did, and we've said this 15,000 times, but the job Francona did during the postseason of 2004, it has to be, with the different levels of playoffs now, one of the best jobs ever done by a manager, with a rotation, with a bullpen, trying to get the Red Sox to the point where they came out of that 3-0 deficit to beat the Yankees and then sweep St. Louis in the World Series. That skips in. Blocked by Martinez, and it's a full count.
That's a fine play by Victor Martinez on that 58-foot changeup from Buchholz. Now that's a fine play right there. Not only blocking it, but catching it.
Victor Martinez is a free agent to be. A lot of decisions to be made around this Boston Red Sox team. Here's a 3-2. Swisher is running. Wynn hits it hard to third. Good pickup. And a wild throw by Beltre. To third goes Swisher. He will hold. Down to second is Randy Wynn. Beltre tried to do a little too much, and by starting the runner on a 3-2 count, it leads to this situation, second and third after the throwing error by Beltre.
Ball was just scorched, that low scooter, and by the time Beltre made the play, that's exactly right. I think most major league players fail because they try to do too much. That's why managers, and you talked about Francona, Joe Girardi's the same way. You try to constantly preach to your players, just do what you're capable of doing. I know it sounds humdrum to fans, and it sounds like a cop-out, but when you do that, you allow your ability to come through. Had Beltre gone to first, he gets the easy out, and then the inning is not nearly as dramatic as it appears to be for the Red Sox.
Here is Cervelli, and there's another one of the dirt from Buchholz. So, again, and the Red Sox front office is tired of hearing about run prevention, pitching, and defense. That is the 7th error committed by Adrian Beltre here in 31 games now with the Boston Red Sox. Here is a 1-0 pitch to Cervelli, and off the end of the bat, base hit to center. This game is tied. Here comes Randy Wynn. Throw by McDonald is in time for the out. One away.
Boy, what a marvelous job of blocking the plate by Victor Martinez. The hit by Cervelli scores Swisher easily, but an on-target throw by McDonald in center field. It hits the mound, and the ball bounces up, fortunately for the Red Sox. But Martinez warding off the runner Wynn outside home plate makes a terrific tag. Wynn tried to touch home plate with his hand, and he missed it.
So it's a tie game, 3-3. Runner at second is Cervelli. Good base running by Francisco to get into scoring position on that throw home. But here is the end of the play at the plate, and a good throw from Darnell McDonald. And Victor Martinez did the rest. Although I'll tell you, it's interesting to watch that replay. Every time I watch it, he looks more and more safe.
It seemed to me that the tag of Martinez was on the shoulder before the hand hit the plate.
And Victor Martinez, who has worked very hard with Gary Tuck, a catching instructor in this organization, has blocked a couple of pitches in the dirt. Now he blocks the plate. I'll tell you, I would go the other way. And you and I can argue.
I thought he was out.
Well, we can argue it doesn't matter. He is out, and that's out number 1 in the inning. And now a ball down and into Ramiro Pena. You can tell by the body language of Rob Thompson, the third base coach. He's kicking himself for sending Randy Wynn with nobody out.
Yep.
You've got the number 9 man up now, and then Jeter on deck. That's strike 1. Cervelli is in scoring position. Cervelli's come up with some hits and making the most of his opportunity. He gets the RBI, now has 8. It's a tie game, and Pena takes a pitch in the dirt, and Cervelli on his toes goes over to third.
Well, you think about his trip around the bases. Cervelli gets the base hit to drive in the run. He goes to second on the overthrow to home, and now he really gets in. This is Randy Wynn scoring on that, or trying to score, when he's on at second base. And one more look at it, I thought the tag was made right there on the top of the left shoulder. But good base running by Cervelli.
And now strike 2 on Ramiro Pena. And so the Yankees now They lost a runner on the bases, but they have that easier RBI chance for Pena because of the legs of Cervelli.
Yeah. Excellent base running by Francisco Cervelli.
Infield is in for the play at the plate in a 3-3 game, top of the fourth. Pena's driven home 4. Doubled his first time up, and now he grounds sharply to Pedroia. Cervelli holds, 2 out. And it takes a hit from Derek Jeter. The Yankees are going to make something happen here to regain the lead. Jeter's been on base twice with a hit, a walk, and a run scored. .22 RBIs, tied for 6th best in the American League, out of the leadoff spot. Great production, and now Jeter's spun out of there.
Now I wonder how many New York Yankee fans are thinking, well, he retaliated. He knocked Jeter down. No way.
Pitch was up, no doubt, not that far inside, but Jeter spun out of there. Now a 1-0 pitch, runner at third, 2 out, tie game. Inside again, 2-0.
See, that's what makes it appear that a lot of teams are throwing at Derek Jeter because you have to pitch him inside. And most teams try to pitch him inside.
Here's a 2-0. Jeter fouls it back. Coming into today's game, in the Yankee lineup, the 5th through 9th spots combined to hit .312. That is the best average from 5 through 9 in any lineup in baseball. The top 4 combined for .237, but it's been the top part of the order that's done some damage here today on a Saturday at Fenway. RBIs by Teixeira, Rodriguez, Jeter trying to get his name on that list. The 2-1. 3-1 with Brett Gardner on deck.
Yeah, the bottom part of the order's success for the Yankees. One of the main reasons Derek Jeter has so many RBIs.
Yankee lineup overall hitting .277. That's the 2nd best mark in the AL. Detroit at .280 leads the way. Jeter grounds to short. Scudero picks it up, throws him out. And after all that, 1 hit, an error in the inning, a leadoff walk. Swisher came around to score. We're tied 3-3 at Fenway. First time, what were the two franchises' original nicknames? The answer, the New York Highlanders and the Boston Americans.
I had the Highlanders. I did not know they were the Boston Americans.
I finally got one right.
Good going.
Although that's on the honor system, I didn't throw that out there for anybody to check me on, as J.D. Drew takes a strike, and we're underway in the bottom of the fourth. It'll be Drew, then Beltre, then Bill Hall. We just visited with Joe Girardi, the Yankee manager, the 0-1. And well hit into right field. Swisher to his left, one out. First question to Joe Girardi was about what he is seeing from his big left-hander Sabathia today.
Some fastballs that have cut a little bit, and he seemed to lose his command a little bit the last inning. He got behind Scudero, he hit Pedroia, and then he got behind Martinez and walked Euclid, and he lost his command. Hopefully get him right back on track of where he was the first couple innings.
The one hitter you're leaving out of that list is Dustin Pedroia, who was hit on the backside, and it certainly looked to us like there was intent behind that pitch. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, as I said, I thought he lost command that inning, and he gave up the home run to McDonald on a ball that cut back across, and it happens. Only CeCe really knows his intent, but I thought he lost command that inning, and they got 3 runs, and it hurt us.
As you look at your lineup, we were just talking about how good the bottom part of your lineup has been so far for you. I don't even know if you know, but 5 through 9's hitting .312. That's been a big lift for your team to go with that good starting pitching.
It really has, because our 2 and 3 hitters have struggled most of the year, and it looks like that Tex is starting to turn it around. He's getting going. Now we lost Nick Johnson, for a while. He had to get a cortisone shot in his wrist, and he's going to be out for a little bit. But the end of our lineup has been so big for us this year.
Last question, Posada back in there tomorrow night. That's the plan?
Yeah, our plans are to DH him tomorrow night and catch him on Monday. It'll be good to get him back.
All right, Joe, thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Joe Girardi, manager of the Yankees. 1 out, nobody on, and the count 2-1 on Adrian Beltre. Girardi did mention and kind of brushed by the hit by pitch with Pedroia at the plate. If you're just joining us, that transpired in the third. 2 Yankees hit last night. Pedroia hit in the third inning with 2 out, nobody on, and then Victor Martinez hit a 2-run home run, which gave the Red Sox what turned out to be a short-lived 3-2 lead. Now it's 3-3, and the count's even at 2-2 on Beltre. Bottom of the fourth inning at Fenway Park. Good game. Buchholz and Sabathia. And Beltre hops out of there. Adrian bounced into a double play. He's committed an error defensively for Boston in this game. These two teams opened the season. Yankees took 2 out of 3, and Beltre out in front of that pitch. Sabathia could not maintain the lead in that opening Sunday night. Red Sox came back to win it. Yankees won the next 2. As we mentioned, Boston's 1-7 at home against the Yankees and the Tampa Bay Rays here in the early part of 2010. Here is a 2-2 pitch. Back to Sabathia. Beltre is 0 for 2. We do have a doubleheader of sorts tonight. NASCAR on Fox will bring you Sprint Cup Series racing, where Mark Martin will try to defend his title and take home the 41st checkered flag of his career. Coverage of Sprint Cup Series racing from Darlington Raceway begins tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, in high def, right here on Fox.
The Southern 500.
With 2 out, nobody on, the batter will be Bill Hall. Struck out his first time, fouls it back. Saw how you could get a hold of us in the booth. MLB Joe at Fox.com. Kid Rock checked in. He jumped the gun and already had our email address from a week ago. Wanted to chime in, the Detroit native, about Ernie Harwell. 2 out, nobody on. The next to Hall is in the dirt. And Bobby, as his friends call him, said just like the house on the side of the road, Ernie Harwell was always there. And that was his call. And the hitter took a called third strike. He stood there just like the house on the side of the road as Bill Hall swings and misses a pitch up 1-2.
One of Ernie's signature calls, and he had a few of them.
Two out, nobody on. Bill Hall trying to avoid his second strikeout of the day. Sabathia has 3 on the afternoon. And strike 3 called. 4 strikeouts for Sabathia. 4 innings in the books at Fenway Park. Let's go to the 5th. Tied 3-3. The Yankees coming up. That's Gardner, Teixeira, and Rodriguez. If anybody gets on, Robinson, Cano. Tie game, 5th inning. And the pitch is up for a ball from Buchholz. Gardner's dropped down a bunt twice, once for a base hit. That was in the first. The next time for a sacrifice. Getting the opportunities, hitting .353, and he is hitting left-handers, which is what the Yankees thought he would struggle with. Been very good against left-handed pitching.
I think a lot of the Yankee players and the Yankee coaches and manager are gaining a lot of respect for Brett Gardner. Platooned, sort of platoon with Melky Cabrera last year. And you mentioned hitting left-handers. He's also a terrific 2-strike hitter. He has 19 2-strike hits, and that leads the major leagues.
I mean, he's just a battler. He was a walk-on at the College of Charleston. Had a great junior year. Was a 3rd-round pick in 2005. Made his big league debut in 2008, and he's getting better, it seems, by the week as he just gets a piece. A ball and 2 strikes on Gardner. So Granderson is on the disabled list. Got a strained groin that happened last Saturday. Maybe the end of May, probably early June he comes back. He was hitting .225. He homered here at Fenway that opening night of the season on Sunday night. Homered twice in that series. There's only 2 home runs. Here is a ground ball right side for Youkilis. He will win the race to the bag, 1 out. Chevy and Scotts are building diamonds and dreams. See how the kids could win a ballpark makeover, and you could win a new Chevy at ChevyBaseball.com. Andy Pettitte is ticked off but for good reasons. He wants to pitch at the beginning of the week in Detroit. The Yankees are slowing him down as Teixeira rocks one into right. Back at the wall, and the Yankees lead again. Teixeira gets his third. The Yankees have their first of the day, and it's 4-3 New York in the fifth. Second RBI, second hit for Teixeira today.
Red Sox fans probably thinking he could have been doing that for us. But he's doing it for the Yankees, and he puts the Yankees ahead. Guessing fastball, he gets it and hammers it.
Now Rodriguez, pitch down and in, ball one. Just to finish the story on Pettit, he has some inflammation in his pitching elbow, his left elbow. He was scheduled to pitch Tuesday in Detroit. Now the Yankees have moved Sergio Mitre to Monday's start against the Tigers, and Javier Vasquez, who has really struggled, will go on Tuesday to try and line him up for game one of the Interleague Mets series at Citi Field. All the while, Pettit is saying, I'm okay, I can take the ball, I'm ready. And Dave Island, his pitching coach, and Joe Girardi and the training staff are trying to slow him down. 3-0 is the count on Rodriguez, and now 3-1.
Joe even telling us before the game that Andy missed a start last September. And they were pointing toward the postseason, and Joe said, well, Andy did pretty well in the postseason. What did he do? Win 5 games and lose none?
Here's a pitch on the inside corner, full count. Andy Pettit was upset then, too, but he's off to a 4-0 start, and his ERA of 2.08 is 8th best in the league.
Keeps rolling along.
There's a pitch down and in, a one-out walk. It is a direct TV game break as we speak of the Mets. Here's Chris.
Yeah, last night it was Rod Barajas with the walk-off. Today it's his backstop, Henry Blanco with a walk-off against the former Met Guillermo Mota. Mets have won 9 straight at home, longest such streak since 2006. Remember, the only way to watch every baseball game in HD, call 1-800-DIRECTV. Joe, back on down to you.
Hey, thanks, Chris. The Yankees and Mets will get together interleague play in 2 weekends at Citi Field. Here's Robinson Cano, and we will be there on Saturday night. A Saturday night Fox game of the week. That is 2 weeks from tonight. First pitch down and in, ball one to Cano. The 7 o'clock Eastern start. Mentioned Barajas. He has 9 home runs for the Mets. Great late addition to that roster in the offseason. Changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Mets getting production out of their 2 catchers. Back-to-back walk-off home runs from 2 catchers. I can't remember too many times that happening with any team.
Teixeira is homered in this inning. Rodriguez is walked, and the count 1-1 on Cano, who's 0 for 2. The Yankees are just happy he's okay and well enough to play today after getting hit on the knee last night. He's the DH. The 1-1. Into center field, a base hit. 3 straight have reached. Rodriguez stops at second. Cano is on at first, and Swisher will have the RBI chance, and John Farrell, the pitching coach of the Red Sox, will pay another visit.
As all baseball fans know, the plate is 17 inches wide. And rivals of Robinson Cano and teammates of Cano marvel at the fact that he can cover so much of the plate. Normally, guys can either cover the inside part or the outside part, depending on the count. They're looking one either inside or outside. But Cano can turn on the ball inside and handle the ball away by going away. Remarkable plate coverage by the young Cano.
We talked about prime time, and on Saturday, May 22nd, here is our lineup. At 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, the Yankees at the Mets, the Red Sox at the Phillies, the Cubs at the Rangers, or the Tigers and the Dodgers. That's on Saturday night, May 22nd, 2 weeks from today. 7 Eastern. 2 on, 1 out. The batter is Nick Swisher. And a late swing and a foul out of play left side. Cano and Pedroia are talking out there. It's a friendly chat. Cano's been talking to him since he got down to first base. But you're talking about 2 of the 3 top second basemen, maybe 2 of the 3 top players in the game. When you think of Cano, Pedroia, and then in the National League, there's nobody better than Chase Utley.
Right.
Here's an 0-1. 2 on, 1 out. Swisher out in front of it. Strike 2.
Yeah, when you used to talk about second baseman, you'd talk about maybe a power hitting second baseman of 22, 23 home runs and a guy who hit 270. And now when you talk about Cano, Pedroia, Utley, and their ilk, you're talking about guys well over 300. Much more power than that position normally would show.
Here's an 0-2 to Swisher. 2 on, 1 out. And strike 3 called, 2 away. That's the first strikeout for Buchholz, and it's a big one.
Looked like a slider that backed up and stayed away.
And the batter will be Randy Wynn. That's why a guy like Ryan Sandberg stood out.
Yeah, that's right.
So much in his day with the Cubs.
Yeah, that's your prototypical second baseman of 30 years ago.
Has it been that long? Wow.
Yeah, the trade was made, I believe, in 1981 by Dallas Green, who was then ahead of the Cubs. That's 29 years ago.
2 on, 2 out. Randy Wynn takes ball 1 inside. Wynn is 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice and an error his last time up. And then Wynn was thrown out at the plate on a good throw by Darnell McDonald, who's also homered in this game. And McDonald will lead it off for the Red Sox in the bottom of this 5th. Yankees back on top on a Teixeira home run. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Look at Randy Wynn and think about his relationship with the former NBA MVP 2 years in a row, Steve Nash. They were teammates at Santa Clara. And 2 booths away are the guys who are calling the NBA playoffs. Mike Breen, Mark Jackson, Jeff Van Gundy.
Van Gundy's on the phone.
Right.
Breen's eating ice cream, and Jackson's watching the game. They are so good and so much fun to listen to.
Oh, they are.
As Wynn takes a pitch in the dirt. And the count 2-1. So they are in town. Celtics, Cavs. Manny Del Carmen getting loose.
Bruins up 3-1 against the Flyers.
They lost last night while the Celtics were defeated, and the Red Sox lost 10-3 to the Yankees. And a good pitch from Buchholz, that Clay Buchholz changeup. It's 2-2. Terry Francona talked to us about how the game is slowing down for Clay Buchholz. Getting more and more comfortable developing as a pitcher. He struck out Swisher. He has a chance to do the same with Randy Wynn. 2 on, 2 out. And he misses the outside corner, a full count. So the runners will go. Rodriguez from second, Cano from first. 90 pitches on the day for Clay Buchholz. Came in with a 2.97 ERA. The rest of the starting rotation for Boston at 5.53. But he's done his part. Trailing here today. And that'll load him up. 2 walks in the inning and 5 on the day for Buchholz.
Buchholz wanted that last pitch, and home plate umpire Adrian Johnson thought it was inside, and it was.
And it gives the opportunity to Francisco Cervelli, who has an RBI hit, 1 for 2. And he can add to the Yankee lead, which is 4-3 here in the 5th. Lights are on. Sky is dark. Temperature is down. 56 at the start of the day. Cervelli, ball 1. This, I would imagine, with Buchholz approaching 100 pitches, this could be the last batter for Clay Buchholz with Del Carmen ready to go. See if Clay Buchholz can keep this a 1-run game, or Cervelli gets another big Yankee hit. 1-0. Into center field. Cervelli delivers again. In to score Rodriguez. Here comes Cano. He's safe. Hung up is Randy Wynn. And Beltre will tag him to end the inning. But Cervelli claps his hands together. He has a 2-out, 2-run single. He's driven in 3. Yankees have scored 6 and lead by 3 after 4.5. Lime, the drinkability of Bud Light with the refreshing taste of lime. Francisco Cervelli has been terrific for the Yankees. Getting a chance. Jose Molina not brought back by New York. You can see the life by him behind the plate, slapping his hand into the glove. As Sabathia has good action on that 93-mile-per-hour pitch and delivers strike 1 to Darnell McDonald. Cervelli 3 RBIs, putting that 2-out, 2-run base hit up the middle. The great Carlton Fisk checks into our booth as we talk about the Yankee catcher.
We just had a nudge from Pudge.
One of the great amateur golfers in the United States, Carlton Fisk.
Oh boy, can hit it a ton.
Here's a 1-1. McDonald comes up empty, strike 2. McDonald is homered. He's thrown out a runner at the plate. It's a 6-3 game as the Yankees got 3 in the top of this inning. Homer by Teixeira, and then Cervelli got the base hit to center. Just 3 hits in the inning. Here's a 1-2 and a shot foul.
That's in the direction of where Carlton Fisk
That's right.
hit that home run to win Game 6 off Pat Darcy, 1975 World Series, and had to drive back to New Hampshire and arrived at about 5 in the morning. Then had to come back for Game 7 the next night. Generation after generation will remember that shot by Pudge.
Here's a pitch at the back foot of McDonald by Sabathia, and the count is 2-2. On 2-2, ball 3, down and away.
Carlton Fisk has got to love the energy of Francisco Cervelli, who's had a terrific game catching Sabathia and driving in 3 runs this afternoon.
On 3-2. McDonald, what a play by Teixeira to his right. Gold Glover a year ago, and he had to lunge and reach, and he made the play.
I don't think I've ever seen a better right-handed throwing first baseman. We talked about this in our first game this year. Sometimes it appears that Teixeira has the glove on the right hand. He is so quick going across his body. How many plays have we seen him make, Joe, time and time and time again? A guy who certainly earned a Gold Glove last year.
Yeah, his third, as we just showed you. But what a player he is defensively, offensively. He's got it all. In his second year with the Yankees. Perfect number 3 hitter, switch hitter with power. And a good guy. First pitch is a strike to Scutaro, who's 0 for 2. And the next. 1 ball, 1 strike. Scutaro has fouled out, fly to left. Trying to get something started for the Red Sox here in the 5th, as now they trail by 3. 1-1 pitch is down. 2-1. On deck, Pedroia. Scutaro on the leadoff spot in place of the injured Ellsbury, and there's a strike. 2-2. The next, Scutaro fouls it. Talk about the top 4 starters in the Yankee rotation. They are a combined 16-1. The only loss in that group belongs to Sabathia. Now he leads by 3 as he tries to go 5-1 to start the season. Phil Hughes last night was dominating. Here's a 2-2. Fouled back again. Our Verizon game summary looks like this. Yankees 1 through 4 hitters have reached base 8 of 12 times with a homer, 3 RBIs. And the Red Sox have done it 40% of the time this year, relying on the home run ball. All 3 of their runs scoring with a ball over the green monster and left. Home run by McDonald, a 2-run shot by Martinez. That's ball 3. Sabathia with one out, nobody on, brings home a 3-2 pitch. Scudero takes ball 4 high. And that's the second walk issued by Sabathia today. 1 on, 1 out for Dustin Pedroia.
As everyone knows, the Red Sox had not started off well, and the Los Angeles Dodgers have not started off well on the West Coast either. And the reason we bring up the Dodgers is that the one Dodger who is going well is Andre Ethier, and he and Dustin Pedroia are the closest of friends. Teammates at Arizona State, a year apart. And Dustin telling us yesterday about the success of Ethier. Until I looked at the notes, Joe, I didn't realize that Andre Ethier is the Triple Crown leader in the National League now.
I didn't either.
He leads the National League in average home runs and RBIs. And nobody is happier than Pedroia. They are very, very close friends. They live down the street of one another in Chandler, Arizona. They take family trips together. And Dustin very, very happy for his buddy, Andre the Giant Dodger. I love that.
1 ball, 1 strike. The temperature is dropping and some dark clouds are rolling in overhead from beyond the left field wall. So here we play in the 5th.
New England weather.
Maybe if we talk about it, it won't rain. 1 on, 1 out. The 1-1 pitch. Popped up. Right side. Pena will take it himself and make the play 2 out. Ramiro Pena playing in place of Robinson Cano, who's the DH today. Hit on the knee last night. Makes the catch, and the batter will be Victor Martinez, who homered his last time up. Talk about being in the 5th. This is obviously an official game with 1 more out getting through the 5th. And Victor Martinez tries to extend the bottom of this 5th and bring up Euclid. So much was made after the first 3-game series between the Yankees and the Red Sox to open the season. The length of game. Comments made by Joe West, calling it pathetic and embarrassing with regard to how long these games take. Since 2004, the Red Sox and the Yankees average 3 hours and 22 minutes per game. That is, by a wide margin, the longest average. When you compare it against the MLB average, you can see how it stands out. We're already 2 hours into this one. There's a strike. Strike number 2 on Victor Martinez. Last night's 10-3 Yankee win lasted 3 hours, 1 minute.
Normally, the two teams play high-scoring games, and it takes time to score runs.
And the two very patient clubs at the plate.
Right. See the most pitches of anybody in the big leagues. These two lineups.
That's a pitch down. It's like a monsoon is rolling in here. With the wind, it's really picked up. The temperature has dropped. They're the most pitches seen since the beginning of last year. And here comes the rain. Martinez, 1 on, 2 out, takes ball 3 outside. And the rain is really coming down.
I guess from a selfish standpoint, Joe Girardi would love to see CC Sabathia finish this inning.
Yeah, I'm sure he's thinking, throw the pitch, and now Tim McClellan, the crew chief, is going to call the tarp onto the field.
And nobody's more disappointed than Sabathia, standing out there like the Colossus of Rhodes when this game was called, and realizing that if If it's a long rain delay, he may not be able to go back out there. Consequently, he won't get credit for the win if the Yankees win. Probably thinking, why didn't you let me throw one more pitch?
Well, so now the teams head for the dugouts, for the clubhouses, and the rain is just pounding down here. Looks like there's a little break in the distance with regard to the clouds, but we're going to take a break, come back. 6-3 Yankees, bottom of the fifth, 1 out away from an official game, but we're not there yet. 6-3 Yankees on top. Back after this. Central and check in with Rick Dickert. As we continue this game at Fenway Park, we are in the bottom of the fifth inning with the Yankees leading 6-3. When the heavy rain came, CC Sabathia was on the mound. He was 1 out away, 1 strike away from this being an official game and him having an opportunity to win the ball game. But they had to pull the tarp on him because of the length of delay, and I don't know what the length of delay is, but we'll get that for you. Alfredo Aceves is going to come out of the bullpen, and the rest of this game will belong to the bullpens. It's a 1 hour, 10-minute delay as of this moment. Aceves will take over. The batter, Victor Martinez, the count's 2-2. And we want to also apologize to those who are watching Made in Manhattan on FX, movie that I saw in the theaters, and I can tell you how it ends if you want me to. It's really scary. Ralph Fiennes goes crazy, and Jennifer Lopez. Now it's got a happy ending. I bet you knew that, though. And you can see the end of Made in Manhattan after this ball game is finished. The reason why we're on FX is because NASCAR is coming up later on Fox. So while the Phillies and Braves continue to play, and there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning at that game now, with the Braves leading and Billy Wagner 1 out away from wrapping up a save, we will continue here at Fenway Park.
I think it's interesting to note how much easier it is to sell a guy like CC Sabathia that he should come out of the game now, as opposed to years of in the era of 1-year contracts, when guys used to, I mean, if they won 20 games, I mean, they'd be guaranteed a raise. Well, you know, now CC Sabathia is on a long-term contract, so it's easier for Joe Girardi to say, hey, CC, you're more important to us in the long run and not just this one game, even though if you went out and threw a strike, it would be your game if the Yankees don't blow the lead. So kind of interesting.
It is. And for somebody like Sabathia, they're being careful with him. They've certainly been careful with other players on their roster, as they are with Andy Pettitte, who will miss his next start, which was due in Detroit. And now that the sun is coming out, the sun is getting applause here at Fenway Park.
All right.
And it is cold. The temperature has really dropped.
Now I think Nick Swisher is looking for glasses. I believe he looked up at the sun. The sun was not out. And now, of course, as Nick marches toward the dugout, the sun goes back in.
Victor Martinez is at the plate. And Randy Wynn will run the glasses out to Nick Swisher as the sun is ducked back behind the clouds. Meanwhile, we're in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Yankees lead by 3, and he ends up tucking the glasses into his back pocket. So it better be a really high fly ball if he's going to put them on. Now he might pull them out. The sun's back out. There we go. There was some confusion as to what the count was, and Terry Francona, I think, is going out right now to make sure of the count. The scoreboard has 2-2. We understand it is 2-2. Earlier, when the rain hit, the scoreboard had 3-2, but I believe they've corrected it, and 2-2 is the count. As Aceves and Alex Rodriguez play catch so Aceves can stay loose. Home plate umpires Adrian Johnson, first base umpire, the crew chief Tim McClellan, Mike Everett at second, and Andy Fletcher at third.
And one of the rare times that a switch hitter changes from being a right-handed hitter to a left-handed hitter in the same at bat.
It'll be 1 hour, 14-minute rain delay. And back to action we go. 1 on, 2 out, 2-2 pitch is fouled back. It was also interesting with Sabathia on the mound. You could see the rain almost just approaching over the green monster in left field, and yet his pacing was very deliberate And he was literally, theoretically, one pitch away from being in line for a victory. And we're only in the 5th, and it's a 3-run game, so still a close game. But he did not get a chance to finish the 5th. The 2-2 is popped up. Right side, foul ball. Will it stay in play? Ramiro Pena hauls it in, and the inning is over. Sabathia's in the clubhouse going, man, I could have gotten that. Yeah. But Aceves gets the last out. We go to the 6th. It's 6-3 New York. By Lowe's. Lowe's, let's build something together. By Verizon, the network with the most 3G coverage. And by Chevy, every model is backed by a 5-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited to warranty. Manny Del Carmen takes over for Buchholz, who went 5. Allowed 6 runs on 9 hits. 5 of the runs were earned. 5 walks, 1 strikeout. A wild pitch, a home run. And Del Carmen will work to the number 9 man, Ramiro Pena. And shows off that good fastball. Tailing action, strike 1. Pena, then Jeter, then Gardner for the Yankees, who lead by 3 now in the 6th. 1 hour, 14-minute delay. Temperature is down, but the sun is finally out. Here's an 0-1 pitch. Showed bunt, pulled back from ball 1. So Sabathia, while he was in there, went 4 2/3. 4 2/3 and 2/3. He had 2 strikes on the hitter. Changeup grip on a 1-1 pitch. And it skips in there, ball 2.
Ramiro Pena has turned out to be quite a valuable man for the Yankees. He's got that young-looking face. Reading some things about Pena walking around New York, people are saying, "You play for the Yankees? You're too young to play for the Yankees." Looks like he's about 17.
They know it's him because he wears his uniform everywhere. Here's a check swing on a pitch that was up, and the count's 3-1.
Number 19. He is a very, very valuable guy. Could play any infield position. And Joe Girardi saying that he would not at all be shy about putting him in the outfield. Great baseball instincts.
Atlanta beat Philadelphia 4-1. That game's a final. Here's a 3-1 and a leadoff walk by Del Carmen. So the first man is on in the 6th inning, and back to the top of the order. Derek Jeter will walk in. There's a comparison of the two starters. Sabathia couldn't go 5. Buchholz did. Better day for Sabathia. Hit a batter, allowed 2 home runs to account for the 3 runs that he allowed on 4 hits. And no 5th win of the season here today. Jeter is 1 for 2 with a single, a walk, a run scored, and a ground out. And a defensive swing and a pitch riding in on him. Strike 1.
Derek swinging at this ball like something was out of whack. I don't think he picked it up from Del Carmen's delivery.
Got sun in the hitter's backdrop.
Yeah, maybe.
That's fouled off to the right. Strike 2. Here's the Yankees in-game box score brought to you by Toyota. Jeter has a hit. Gardner with a bunt hit. Teixeira continues to get things done in May. Rodriguez has an RBI single. Cervelli has 2 hits, 3 RBIs. Out of the number 8 spot. He's over 400 now with his average. 0-2 pitch. Might be. Bad toss, and Pedroia just made a great play. Scudero handcuffed him with a terrible flip, and Pedroia saved it and turned 2.
Ball is on the ground, and Pedroia turns it into a double play. Second baseman loved the ball around the letters for obvious reasons. That's where your arms are. If you're going to make a good throw to first. I mean, that's obvious, though. I mean, when guys talk about receiving good throws from a shortstop, they always say the guy gave me the ball right around the letters.
Here's Gardner. 2 out, nobody on. Del Carmen fires a fastball for a strike, 93 miles per hour. In the bottom of this 6th inning, it'll be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for the Red Sox, who were swept at Baltimore, won a 4-game set, swept all 4 against the Angels, lost last night, and they trail here today. And they started the day 7.5 out in the AL East. Trailing Tampa Bay, and Oakland is beating Tampa Bay 4-2 in the 8th. Here is a 1-1 pitch. Gardner takes ball 2.
Things don't get any easier for the Red Sox either. I mean, Toronto Blue Jays come in Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. And the Blue Jays have won 6 in a row. That fine young pitching staff.
Toronto's 2.5 games better than Boston. Here's the 2-1. On the inside corner, 2-2. Fans are trying to stay warm, entertain themselves as the wave makes its way across Fenway Park. There were waves on the warning track about 25 minutes ago. Is it a lot of standing water out on the track, but that has been absorbed. Here's the 2-2 at the shoe tops of Gardner, full count. Can you remember where you were, Tim, when you first saw the wave in the stadium?
No. No, I can't. Fans here at Fenway enduring the rain delay because of the wave and to sing Sweet Caroline in the 8th inning.
Here comes a 3-2 pitch. Hard hit right at Euclid. Inning over. Top of the 6th inning. In the books, 4, 5, 6 hitters coming up for the Red Sox. In the bottom of the 6th, down by 3. Bottom of the 6th inning. Youkilis takes a strike, and we're underway. Aceves came on to get the final out. After a 1 hour, 14-minute delay, he got a foul pop-up off the bat of Victor Martinez. It's 6-3, the Yankees lead. Bottom of the 6th. And that misses down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Youkilis today has singled and walked. That was against Sabathia, who is in the clubhouse right now wishing he worked a little faster in the 5th. And probably upset that on FX we have cut into the end of Made in Manhattan, which he was watching during the delay. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lowell will follow, and then J.D. Drew. Youkilis rips a base hit to left, and he's on base for the 3rd time today. 2 hits and a walk. How about the Toyota in-game box score for the Red Sox? Youkilis, his 2 hits. He's the only guy in the lineup with that. Martinez, a 2-run shot. That came in a 3-run 3rd inning. The other run coming on a solo home run by the number 9 man, Darnell McDonald. Here is Lowell. He's the DH. Red Sox start the day with Ortiz on the bench. The left-hander Sabathia starting for New York. And strike 1 from Aceves. Aceves was on the list of possible replacements for Pettit next week in Detroit. Sergio Mitre will get the start, and that will happen on Monday in Detroit with Javier Vasquez and his ERA just under 10 going on Tuesday. Strike 2 on Lowell.
Yeah, Aceves too valuable for the Yankees in the bullpen. 10-1 last year with only 1 start. What a find he has been. Coming from the Mexican League last year, about a month and a half into the season.
And Lowell gets out. The next swing and a miss on a pitch that had good action on it from Aceves. 1 on, 1 out.
That looked like a split finger fastball. That ball really going down to Mike Lowell, and Mike swinging over the top of it. I think that's what it was.
So Lowell back to the dugout, and J.D. Drew will step in. There's the day and the season on that bottom line. Hitting .260 is Drew, who will turn 35 later this year. Made his debut in the big leagues in the game September 1998 when Mark McGwire hit home run number 62 on Fox. Here's the 0-1. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Which is a roundabout way of me finding it hard to believe that he's about to turn 35.
Yeah.
One on, 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 balls and a strike from Aceves. Drew, originally drafted by the Phillies, didn't sign, went back into the draft, drafted by St. Louis, traded to Atlanta, played for the Dodgers, now the Red Sox, and a foul back 2-2.
This is Marine Week here in the Boston area. There are about 1,000 Marines in the area. Walking through the Boston Commons yesterday and seeing helicopters, tanks, various materials of war.
Here's a breaking ball down and in. I have to say that was a little disconcerting.
Yes, it was.
To have a helicopter come that close right over the field.
I agree with you. If you J.D. Drew, where you talk about not having a good background from which to hit. That is disconcerting.
3-2 pitch is tapped foul at the plate. I guess you can go anywhere you want when you're in one of those things.
Well, I guess so.
1 on, 1 out. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Aceves trying to get around a leadoff hit. Drew into center field, a base knock, and it's 2 on, 1 out. And the Red Sox trying to make some 6th inning noise. How about a direct TV game break? And in the back of the booth resides Chris Rose.
All right, Joe, this will make Yankee fans happy. The A's taking it to the Rays today. Ryan Sweeney, one of his 2 hits. That's an RBI single to score Cliff Pennington. And then the bullpen doing the job as Jerry Blevins strikes out Carl Crawford. Keeps the top-scoring team in baseball to just 2 runs. 4-2 your final. The only way to watch every baseball game in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. And so if the Yankees win, Joe, they'll be back just a half game in the AL East.
And I think the bigger story is adding on to what we talked about earlier. That's only the 2nd road loss of the season by the Tampa Bay Rays.
Rays 13-2 on the road this year.
Mets won at home on a walk-off home run. There's that Oakland final. We told you that Atlanta held on to beat Philadelphia 4-1. Here is Beltre. Adrian Beltre 0 for 2, also has an error, and he has an opportunity here to dig into a 6-3 Yankee lead. So 2 home runs this week. Teixeira to second out. No throw to first as Jeter hangs on to it. Aceves got over to the bag, and Jeter didn't want to throw it away. The force out. 3-6.
I've got to believe that ball was wet, too. It was not a firm throw by Teixeira to Jeter, and when Jeter received it, I'm not too sure it was still wet. You can see Teixeira wiping off his hands, and that infield is going to be problematic.
Now Jeremy Hermida will come off the bench. Got a lot of playing time with the injury to Ellsbury. And Hermida will hit in the 6th inning. The right-hander Ramon Ramirez gets loose for Boston. So Bill Hall, while he was in there 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Runners on at the corners, 2 out. Tying run at the plate for the Red Sox here in the 6th. Aceves drops in strike number 1. And Aceves comes off limping. Like a lower body injury, and now the training staff and Joe Girardi come trotting out there to check on Aceves. And they're going to take him right out of the game. So not even a chance to throw another pitch. Whether it's a hamstring or something, you never guess, but it was something. And he kind of walks off gingerly. That'll be it for Aceves, and we'll have another delay. You can see they motion for the left-hander, probably Boone Logan. Just an awkward landing by Aceves.
Remember our keys at the beginning of the game: stay healthy and stay hot. Oh, another one bites the dust.
So the left-hander Boone Logan will take over with Hermida at the plate, runners at the corners. 6-3 Yankees lead. Back after this. Baseball presented by Budweiser. Today is the 569th consecutive sellout at Fenway Park, and they have been treated to a total of 9 runs. And now this is the 5th pitcher, hard-throwing left-hander Boone Logan, who gets as long as he needs to warm up as he takes over for the injured Alfredo Aceves. Take a look back at how the scoring has happened in this game. Top of the 3rd inning, Teixeira with an RBI base hit. And he was followed by Alex Rodriguez, who bounced one through the left side for an RBI base hit. 2-0 Yankees, bottom of the 3rd. Home run with 1 out by Darnell McDonald. Then Pedroia's hit by a pitch, looked like payback from last night, and it was followed by a 2-run shot on a 3-2 pitch by Victor Martinez. Red Sox led. Then Cervelli went to work with a base hit up the middle. That scored 1 to tie the game. Runner thrown out at the plate was Randy Wynn. Teixeira homered in the top of the 5th. Cervelli again, a 2-out, 2-run single into center. 6-3, and that's where we stand right now. So Cervelli has been one of the stars for the Yankees as they lead by 3, and Logan takes over for Aceves, who went 1 inning, allows 2 hits, struck out 1, no walks. And now Boone Logan, Ken Rosenthal, who was part of that Vasquez deal that brought Javier Vasquez from Atlanta to the Yankees.
Joe, he says he was asleep when a friend called him to inform him that he had been traded. He said, "Cool, I'll call you later." He didn't even ask the friend which team had acquired him. He just went back to sleep.
Well, that's hard to believe. To not even bother to find out. And the Yankees found something in their left-hander. They traded away Phil Koch, who was good last year. Part of that swap to get Granderson, and now it's Boone Logan, who's that same type pitcher. Hard-throwing left-hander, and Hermita's late. Fouls it away, strike 2.
Logan finishing up last night's game, so he has faced the Red Sox for an inning this year. Could be a valuable commodity for the Yankees, and an important one if Aceves is down to groom Logan. Hard-throwing left-handers, aren't too many of those around.
Here's an 0-2, and he pulled the string on him and gets a strikeout. Out in front of it was Hermita. Inning is over. We go to the 7th. 6-3 New York. Back after this from your local Fox station. He tells the world that Jeremy Hermida is in the game in left field after pinch hitting for Bill Hall. And here is Ramon Ramirez, third pitcher of the day for the Boston Red Sox. And he misses up and away to Mark Teixeira. Teixeira's had a nice day. Has a solo home run, has an RBI single. Buchholz is on the hook for the loss, and there's one down the line. Is it fair? It is gone in a home run. Second of the day for Mark Teixeira, and it's 7-3 New York here in the seventh.
Mark Teixeira doubling his home run output. He had 2 coming in. He has 4 now. And he is heating up almost a year to the day that he did last year. This ball just fair. Hit a ton around pesky pole.
First pitch to Rodriguez is high for ball 1. Victor Martinez goes out. Now he's going to call Terry Francona and the trainer out to the mound. Now Mark Teixeira has as many hits in May as he did all of April. And something's wrong with Ramon Ramirez. Victor Martinez went out, then he called Francona out of the dugout, and we're going to have another delay. So Francona yells to the dugout, who to get loose, who's going to take over. And we'll go back and look at that last pitch. It was the first pitch to Rodriguez. And whatever it was, Victor Martinez spotted it immediately. Tim, you have Joe West on speed dial. Call him and ask him what he thinks about the length of this one.
Well, it's for a different reason.
It is. But gosh, we got to say something. What else are we going to say? Here comes Scott Schoenweiss.
I'm all for getting Joe West.
All right.
Get him on the phone.
Let's go. Get West on the horn. We got stuff to talk about. Schoenweiss takes over. We continue in the seventh. Extra energy. How's he doing it? By going to the granola bar by Nature Valley. And he's a guy who does the 2 granola bars at one time. I don't think I've ever seen that, but I guess to save time, he just chomp.
Double the energy.
Yeah. Now he's evening them out right now, but just a minute ago he went after both of them.
Well, one of the problems with the rain delay of a 3 o'clock game is it does involve dinner time, and players can flat out eat.
It's time for the Just for Men Keep Your Edge spotlight. It belongs to Mark Teixeira, who's given the Yankees the edge. You too can keep your edge with Just for Men mustache and beard. He's gone deep twice. He has an RBI single. So he has driven in 3. He has taken a hit away. It was in a ball hit by Darnell McDonald. And then he just yanked one around pesky pole down in right field. First 28 games, 2 home runs today, 2. 26th time he's gone deep more than once. And Schoenweiss, who has struggled actually against left-handed hitters, which is why he's on this roster. He can do a little bit of everything for you on a pitching staff. Takes over after Ramirez went no innings, faced 1 batter, and allowed a home run. Rodriguez takes a strike. It is still just a 4-run game here in Fenway. That one's popped up foul, right side. It'll get out of play. Nobody on or out. Rodriguez up now. Cano and then Swisher, the next 2 hitters. And even with the weather, the rain, and the temperature dropping, this place is still rather full. And as we said, it is the 569th consecutive sellout here at Fenway.
And we have Sweet Caroline in an inning. You've got to keep that in mind.
No appearance, we're told, by Neil Diamond.
No.
Which is what happened on opening night. The 1-2. Hard hit, base hit into left field. So Schoenweiss takes over, gives up the hit to Rodriguez, and now we'll deal with Robinson Cano, who had his hitting streak snapped last night. Cano was hit on the inside of his left knee. The AL Player of the Month of April. Went 0 for 2, had to leave the game after getting hit by Josh Beckett, and that ended a 14-game hitting streak. He has started a new one today. He's 1 for 3. Schoenweiss throws over, and Rodriguez, who has a tiny lead, gets back.
Joe, it's hard to believe that in the great tradition of Yankee winning teams and great players, that no player has ever hit 400 with as many as 8 home runs in the month of April. And Cano did that as the first Yankee ever. Of course, I realize you're playing the first week of April now, but you think from an average standpoint, a lot of the great Yankee hitters would have somewhere along the line hit 400 in April, but no.
0-1 is the count on Cano. That's foul. Strike 2. Nothing in 2 is the count on Cano. Taking over that number 5 spot. Rodriguez got a great jump. No chance for Victor Martinez, even with his struggles throwing the ball. That was off Schoenweiss. And a stolen base for Rodriguez, number 2.
And on a breaking ball, too. And obviously, for breaking balls take longer to get to the plate. That's why it's a tougher pitch on which to throw. No chance to get Rodriguez there.
And now the Red Sox have allowed 43 stolen bases this season. They've only caught 5 in 48 tries. So Rodriguez has his second. He was out of the lineup last Sunday. He had felt something behind his right knee. Joe Girardi downplayed it, and here he is running on a wet track and stealing a base the following Saturday. Now a 1-2 to Cano. He chased it, went away. Okay, so we have our MLB on Fox Tune In to Win as you watch the strikeout. And we'll give you the bonus question. But if you were watching the other game when the rain delay happened here in Fenway, you should know the answer. Who tweeted this? Please keep Ernie's family in your thoughts and prayers. He's meant so much to so many in baseball. And will forever. There you go. That's how it should be read. And there are your answers. Ryan Howard, Jabba Chamberlain, Josh Beckett, or Chipper Jones. Should be a free 10 points. That's what we're told. You can visit foxsports.com/tune-in to make your prediction before the final out of this 7th inning. If you're not in the game, sign up today for next week's MLB on Fox game. foxsports.com/tune-in. That's inside 2-0. Well, whoever it was, and it's a big leaguer, Ryan Howard, Jabba Chamberlain, Josh Beckett, or Chipper Jones, a nice sentiment to pass along about Ernie Harwell.
Very nice.
He passed away on Tuesday at the age of 92. Batter now is Nick Swisher. The switch hitter steps out of there. The count's 2-0. Runner at second is Rodriguez. 1 out and no throw back to second. And now some pigeons are working the warning track here at Fenway Park. Here comes a 2-0 pitch from Schoenweiss, and that's foul.
One of the things that reminded me of seeing those birds, one of the things that Kevin Long, the hitting instructor of the Yankees, has done with Nick Swisher is to keep his head still. I think Kevin should be working with those birds.
I said they're pigeons, but those I'm told are doves.
Doves, yes.
By Bill Webb, who is our bird aficionado down in the truck.
And I guess the plural of dove is doves, right? I'm not sure. Maybe just dove. Maybe be one of those trick words.
Here's the 2-1. Swisher fouls another.
With Kevin Long, the hitting instructor of the Yankees, definitely needs to work with those dove to keep their heads still.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Now you got Steve Horn, our editorial consultant, on the phone to check the plural of dove.
I think dove is the plural of dove. I'm not sure.
Here's a 2-2. Swisher flies one down the right field line, foul. Runner at second, 1 out. That's Rodriguez. Robinson Cano struck out. Inning started with a home run by Teixeira, his second of the day. Ramon Ramirez could not continue.
It's doves.
That's the voice of Ken Rosenthal bleeding through, saying it's doves. I don't know if the viewing audience could hear that. I could. Here's a 2-2. Down and in, 3-2. Ken Rosenthal, it's doves, you say?
Joe, I'm going by the Prince song, When Doves Cry. That's my theory on this.
Come on.
Well, Prince had the song, big hit, plural.
I thought you may have run into it at the University of Pennsylvania somewhere.
No, he's doing that well there, Tim.
Email the booth. I can't get on the internet up here, but go ahead, knock yourselves out. 3-2 pitch. Swisher gets a base hit into right. Rodriguez got a late break. They're going to bring him home. The throw by Drew is cut off, and late at the plate is the relay from Youkilis. It's a 3. RBI hit for Nick Swisher.
We saw Victor Martinez block the plate very effectively earlier, and I think if he's blocking the plate here, I think he gets Rodriguez, but he's out in front of the plate. And that allows Rodriguez to slide and effectively avoid the tag.
There's nothing wrong with the legs of Alex Rodriguez. He got a late break and really turned it on once he got around third. So he steals a base in the inning and now scores on the base hit by Nick Swisher. It's 8-3 Yankees here in the 7th. And the 3-4 hitters are chipping in. Here's Randy Wynn. If you think about where the Yankees are, Tim, offensively scoring runs, they're number 2 in the American League with a team average of 277. Joe Girardi is getting production and they're getting runs, and yet outside of today, the 3-4 hitters really haven't been what they usually are, and Teixeira and Rodriguez to this point in the season.
And keep in mind also that the Yankees won 103 games last year with a horrible first 5 weeks of the season. Not so this year.
Fouled back. Did Ken Rosenthal, he of the print medium, just refer to a Prince song to correct or verify his own answer about the plural of the word dove?
Yes.
He's right. Prince was right. When in doubt, refer to Prince. The 1-2 pitch is fouled back by Wynn.
Joe, I would never challenge Prince's command of the English language.
No, I don't know. I certainly won't going forward. Runner at first with 1 out, 1 ball, 2 strikes. On Randy Wynn, who is trying to get in on the fun for the Yankees, doesn't have a hit, does have a walk, and he strikes out on a pitch over the inside corner, 2 away.
Good slider from Schoenweiss in on the hands of Randy Wynn.
Schoenweiss checks on the runner. That's Swisher, who had his 21st RBI on that base hit. Cano has 21. This Yankees team is led by the leadoff hitter, Derek Jeter, with 22. But Swisher has really turned it on here. Again, he was hitting just 200 on the 18th of April. 1 on, 2 out, and Cervelli takes a ball high. Francisco Cervelli started the day at .395. He's played all week in place of the injured Jorge Posada, who will DH tomorrow night. So Cervelli gets another start as he catches A.J. Burnett, who is 4-0 for the first time in his career with an ERA under 2. And Cervelli's hitting .415. The 1-0 pitch. Right down the middle, a ball and a strike. He has really hit well this season against left-handed pitching, and he gets a chance to face it here. And Schoenweiss, he's 11 for 17 against lefties. But he's driven in 3 runs today for the Yankees. That's inside, 2-1.
It's much more difficult for a young catcher to break into the major leagues also, because your primary responsibility is your pitching staff. So your hitting is usually left behind, but not so with Francisco. He has done terrifically particularly the last 2 weeks.
Francisco's from Venezuela. He has a father was Italian. He played for Italy in the World Baseball Classic. And during this past week, visited sick children at Mount Sinai Hospital. Went there with Ramiro Pena. And was really moved by that experience. And here he is with a 3-1 count, looking for his third straight hit. Dealing with Schoenweiss, and he takes a walk instead. So now 2 on, 2 out. That is 7 walks handed to the Yankees in this game, and John Farrell goes out to talk to Schoenweiss. So while they talk out on the mound, it's 2 on, 2 out. Here's our game summary. The Yankees now leading 8-3. Tim is still thinking about the first wave that he ever saw in a stadium. I don't know if I was smart or not to admit that I saw Made in Manhattan in the theaters. And Ken talks about Prince's greatest hits. We can't guarantee a quick game, but I'll tell you, Valvoline can guarantee your engine up to 300,000 miles. Valvoline, the first and only motor oil in the industry to guarantee your engine up to 300,000 miles. Here's Ramiro Pena. And a foul back toward us. Strike 1. Two on, 2 out, no balls, 1 strike on Ramiro Pena, who has a double, a run scored, a walk. He's 1 for 2. And another foul, strike 2. Pena is the 7th man to bat in this inning, which started with Ramon Ramirez on the mound. It's now Schoenweiss. And an 8-3 Yankee lead. The 0-2. High for ball 1. Yankees just keep on rolling. It doesn't seem to matter who gets nicked up. Joe Girardi has had to get creative at times to fill out a lineup card. In fact, Cervelli played some third base during this past week. First time he'd done that in the big leagues. He had a little taste of it during spring training. That was on Sunday when Alex Rodriguez sat out with a little issue with his right knee, which doesn't seem to be an issue anymore. Has run well on this cold afternoon at Fenway. Still 1 and 2 on Ramiro Pena. Two on, 2 out, and a high fly ball into left. Easy for Hermida. That ends the inning. But with the Doves walking the track, how can you just leave me standing alone in a world that's so cold? 8-3 New York. Keep your edge by Toyota and by Holiday Inn. Stay with the official partner of Major League Baseball road trips. David Robertson takes over. He's the fourth pitch of the day for the Yankees. Boone Logan came on to strike out Hermida, the only out he recorded. And now it's Robertson, who has very good stuff. He has really struggled here at the start of the year. He was outstanding for New York last season, but he's had a tough time falling behind hitters. And he will deal with Darnell McDonald leading it off in the seventh. We understand there's more rain on the way. We play here at Fenway. 91-mile-an-hour fastball, strike one. McDonald is homered, lined out, robbed of a hit on a very good play by Teixeira. That's a little high, ball one. Ball 1-1. Couldn't hold up. Strike two.
Good fastball, and the Yankees are very impressed with Robertson because he has swing and miss stuff. Sometimes early success is not an ally of a young pitcher. The reason for that, he makes it look too easy. And I think that might be what David did last year. It's almost like Joe Girardi is saying that, telling us about Robertson before the game, that he's almost glad that he's going through a little mini slump right now while the team's winning.
And there's a good fastball that's by the bat of McDonald. Little foul tip into the glove for out number one in the bottom of the seventh. Well, it's been a rough week and a half for the Yankees with injuries, and even the end of the top of the inning. Ramiro Pena, the second baseman playing in place of Robinson Cano, slipped getting out of the batter's box with all the rain and the wet track, but he's okay, good enough to continue. Robertson gets the first out, and the batter is Scutaro. Marco takes a strike. The quote-unquote core four for the Yankees is featured on the cover of Sports Illustrated last week, and three of the four were nicked with injuries. Nothing serious. No disabled list for any one of the three. But the lone guy standing is the 35-year-old shortstop, Derek Jeter. Pretty good pitch, but called ball one. Sealed Air, the manufacturers of Bubble Wrap, which is located in Saddlebrook, New Jersey, sent the Yankees and Derek Jeter Bubble Wrap. To say, wrap yourself up and stay healthy. Here's a base hit into center off the bat of Scutaro. 1 on, 1 out for Dustin Pedroia with the Red Sox down by 5. You can spend all the money you want on toys for kids. Bubble Wrap is still a good fallback.
Wards off injuries, right?
And wards off injuries. The Yankees have seen Posada go down with a strained right calf, a strained left side for Mariano Rivera. Andy Pettitte with inflammation in his pitching elbow. Nothing serious with any one of the three, but the Yankees have been very respectful of the fact that it's early in a long season and they're not rushing anybody back. First pitch of ball to Pedroia, who could take a bite out of this 5-run New York lead. And Scutaro had yet to even take his lead off the bag. That's up and away. Pedroia ahead on the count, 2-0. Dustin's been hit by a pitch. He is 0 for 2, scored a run. Sabathia, then Aceves, who left. There's a strike. Then Logan, now Robertson. And the word on Aceves, that awkward landing with his leg forced his back to tighten up. And he left with a stiff low back. That's why you don't guess on injuries from the booth. Here comes a 2-1. Down and in, 3 balls and a strike.
One thing I will guess, Joe, is that Mariano Rivera will be in this game, whether it's a save situation or not. Jabba Chamberlain warming up. That Joe Girardi may be thinking, even though it's a little cool, that this might be a time to give Rivera a chance to pitch an inning.
There's a foul to run the count full. Rivera has not pitched in over a week.
April 30th was his last appearance.
And stretching out that side. It's a strain in the left side of his body. Pedroia waits for a 3-2 pitch. Here it is. Base hit into center. 2 on with 1 out for the Red Sox here in the 7th. And here comes Joe Girardi. He was hoping to get Robertson through this inning, and that's it. Robertson started the inning with a strikeout of Darnell McDonald, gives up back-to-back hits. And Jabba Chamberlain will take over here in the 7th. We'll take a break, come back. Set up Chamberlain, 2 on, 1 out with Victor Martinez coming up for the Red Sox. Saturday baseball, Ryan Howard and the Phillies take on Milwaukee, trying to outslug the Brewers. The Astros and the Giants, or the Mariners battle the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays. Fox Saturday baseball, presented by Budweiser, returns next week at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on Fox. Check local listings for the game and time in your area. And as Jabba Chamberlain takes over, he has to relieve David Robertson. And he will work to Victor Martinez, who has really struggled from this side of the plate. There's the season. 2 saves during the week in place of the injured Mariano Rivera for Chamberlain. Victor Martinez started the day left-handed, hitting just 197. The switch hitter has homered, batting right-handed in this game. And a fastball for a strike.
Interesting you bring that up, Joe, because Victor Martinez, as a right-handed batter, leading the major leagues with a 440 average.
It's raining again. As some dark clouds roll in overhead. 0-1 the count. 2 on, 1 out. And a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, the Yankees are left with Romulo Sanchez in their bullpen. Sergio Mitre is supposed to make the start on Monday. Mariano Rivera's out there and Damaso Marte. It's a 5-run Yankee lead here in the 7th. 2 on, 1 out, and a fastball misses, ball 2. Victor Martinez homered in the 3rd, a 2-run shot off Sabathia. He was at the plate when we had the 1-hour, 14-minute delay. In the 5th, that's up and away, 3-1. And it wouldn't take much for the Red Sox to feel a lot better about this game. They've got Euclid, who has 2 hits waiting on deck. Girardi checks the sky. And it is really dark, the area that's pushing its way toward Fenway Park. Here's a 3-1. And a fly ball into center field for Gardner. Runners will hold at 1st and 2nd. That's out number 2.
Martinez very upset, thinking he may have gone after ball 4, and with the Sox trailing by 5. Certainly understand that. That ball was up and away. Certainly not in the wheelhouse of Victor Martinez. He's very, very upset. Probably a strike, but not the type strike that he likes.
Earlier in this game, Ramon Ramirez left after throwing a pitch for the Red Sox. He's out with a tight right triceps, just to close the book on Ramirez. And there's a strike from Jabba Chamberlain to Kevin Euclid, who's been on base 3 times in this game. His average 309. He has 5 home runs, 15 RBIs. His team is led in the home run department by Pedroia, their second baseman, with 7. He's one of the runners on. 2 on, 2 out. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Pedroia and Euclid, if one's the heart, the other's the soul of this team.
Lead man is Scudero. Pedroia, the trail runner at first, 2 out, 1-1 pitch. Fly ball left center field. And it's Gardner, as Gardner and Wynn were a little non-committal out there in left center field, but it's Gardner who makes the catch. Red Sox lead to a stranded 7, trailed by 5 after 7. Top of the order for New York. That means Jeter, Gardner, Teixeira here in the 8th. 5-run Yankee lead, and the first pitch from Schoenweiss is inside, ball 1. Jeter with a hit, a walk, a run scored. He is 1 for 3. Schoenweiss is the 4th pitch of the day for Boston. That's over but low, 2-0. Tampa Bay lost today out in Oakland. A 4-2 final. Detroit beat Cleveland. 2-0 pitch is on the inside corner. AL Central led by Minnesota. A 2.5 game lead after the Detroit win today. And now Minnesota, they have lost. So a 2-game lead in the American League Central. 2-1 pitch. Chopped off the plate. Tough play for Scudero. Gets it, throws it. Got him, 1 out. We look ahead to tomorrow. Tomorrow is Mother's Day. Specially marked pink bats, like those that will be used in Major League Baseball games tomorrow, can be purchased at participating clubhouse and team stores and at MLB.com. $10 from the sale of each specially marked pink bat will be donated to Susan G. Komen for the cure. And I'm sure there are very few out there who have not had breast cancer touch their life somehow, and Major League Baseball honors those who have been through that struggle and who are going through that struggle tomorrow. 1 out, nobody on for Gardner. And the next from Schoenweiss, getting a chance to get stretched out in this game. That's inside, a ball and a strike. Teixeira on deck. 1 hit, 1 for 3 is Gardner. Top 10 in the American League in hitting. He's at .345. That's inside. So the major additions to this Yankee team from a year ago, Javier Vazquez was skipped in the rotation this time through at Fenway Park. Was supposed to pitch Friday. Instead, he'll pitch on Tuesday in Detroit, trying to get himself straightened out. There's a 2-1 pitch. Ground ball up the middle, base hit. 1 on, 1 out. Second hit for Gardner. Nick Johnson is on the disabled list and wasn't hitting at all. Had a good day on Wednesday. And Curtis Granderson was hitting .225 when he went down with the pulled groin, a strain, a grade 2 strain. He's on the DL. But you think about some of the homegrown players that are on this roster added to the veterans, like Phil Hughes, who won last night, Gardner, who has another hit today, Cano, all from the Yankee system. Ken Rosenthal in the other category, the players that this Yankee team added over the offseason, getting very little return on those moves.
Right, Joe, at least so far. But what's interesting about Gardner is that the perception of him around baseball seems to be changing. For a while, the Yankees valued him more than other clubs.
Here's a diving catch by McDonald in center. Good play, 2 out.
Darnell McDonald on a fine diving catch.
So he's homered. He's had a hit taken away, and now he takes an extra base hit away from Teixeira. Go ahead, Kenny. You were talking about Brett Gardner.
Right, Joe. I was saying that for a while the Yankees seemed to have a higher opinion of him than other teams did. But this past winter, the Royals, Reds, Padres, and White Sox all tried to trade for Gardner. They wanted him to be their everyday center fielder.
How about Austin Jackson? Here's the first pitch to Rodriguez. It's a strike. I mean, so often organizations are accused of overhyping their own players, and you don't really get a sense of how good they are. He was part of the trade. Jackson started the day leading the American League, hitting .369, part of that Granderson trade. He plays for Detroit. Here's another stolen base, and easy for Gardner. That is number 14 on the season.
Only been caught once.
I mean, Austin Jackson, Ken Rosenthal, is giving the Tigers everything they could have hoped for, probably more.
I would say more. They could not have hoped that he would be this kind of offensive player, but we started seeing it in spring training. And from the very start in spring training, the Tigers loved his defense. He is gifted out there. But the offense is something that is a big surprise to a lot of people. He made an adjustment in his stance and his approach, and it's working big time for him.
One of the guys he had help him in his approach was when he was in the Yankee organization still, and it's the guy on deck, Robinson Cano. Here's Rodriguez with a 1-1 count. RBI chance, and he has to skip the rope to get out of the way. Ball 2. Two-out runner at second. That is Gardner, who now is 14 out of 15 on the year stealing bases, and in his big league career, 53 out of 60, just under around 90% stealing bases at the big league level. Here is a 2-1 pitch. Ripped foul.
You talk about the Yankees in their regeneration, generating a lot of excitement in New York. What about Jamie Moyer, the oldest player ever to pitch a shutout last night for the Philadelphia Phillies at 47 years old, and doing that the same night that Starlin Castro broke in for the Chicago Cubs and drove in 6 runs with a home run and a triple.
Home run in his first at bat.
Yeah.
Also had a hit taken away.
What a story.
Young shortstop in the Cub organization. I believe he's just 20 years old. He is 20 years old, 6 RBIs, most by a rookie in a debut. And then Moyer becomes the oldest player in big league history with a complete game shutout.
Only in baseball, the game designed to have a guy like Moyer, 27 years old, than Castro, and both standing out the same night.
Here is a foul out of play off the bat of Rodriguez. Alex in this game has a walk, a hit, a walk, a hit. An RBI, a run scored, a stolen base. So it's been a good day for the 3-4 combo for the Yankees to Shera and Rodriguez. Runner at second, 2 out. Schoenweis trying to get through the top of the 8th. Here it comes, and it's ball 4 down and in. So on base for the 5th time in this game is Rodriguez. 2 on. With 2 out. It's a second walk issued by Schoenweis, and here is Cano. Robinson Cano has a hit. 1 for 4. Yankees lead by 5. Trying to win for the 21st time this season against only 8 losses. And they're trying for their 9th win in their last 10 games. And the roller coaster ride continues for Boston. 2 on, 2 out. Ball 1 inside. In danger of needing a win tomorrow night to avoid a sweep. Hard throwing right-hander, Bard. Daniel Bard getting loose. Cano checks his swing on ball 2, 2-0. Lead runner is Gardner at second. Rodriguez on at first. And Cano should get a pitch to hit with a count 2-0. The 2-0 pitch is down and away. 3 balls, no strikes. When the Red Sox activated Daisuke Matsuzaka, they had a choice to make. They had Alan Embry rejoined this team, and they cut Embry loose, kept Schoenweiss. A couple of specialty type left-handers. Schoenweiss getting a chance here to ring up some pitches, and he rings up another walk. Back-to-back walks, 3 in the outing for Schoenweiss, and that's it for him. So the base is loaded. Nick Swisher coming up. Daniel Bard is coming out of the bullpen as this one continues. Top of the 8th, Yankees batting, a chance for more as they lead Boston by 5. Was who's that tweeter? Please keep Ernie's family in your thoughts and prayers. He's meant so much to baseball and will forever. Is it Ryan Howard, Jabba Chamberlain, Josh Beckett, or Chipper Jones? The answer, Jabba Chamberlain. As Daniel Bard takes over here in the 8th with the bases loaded, 2 out. Nick Swisher at the plate, and he rips one into right. That ball is down. 2 runs will score. Robinson Cano is held at third. 2 more RBIs for the red-hot Nick Swisher. And it's now 10-3 Yankees, which was the score in the final last night. Those runs are charged to Schoenweiss. And Swisher jumped right on the first pitch from Bard.
When a pitcher walks the bases loaded, as Schoenweiss did, and you're the next hitter, you can look for a fastball, realizing you're going to get it. And Nick Swisher now with 23 RBIs, and that leads the Yankees. Who would have thought it?
Especially, as we said, in the middle of April, he was hitting 200. Here's Randy Wynn, hitless on the day. First and third, 2 out. And Bard, who can light up a radar gun at 97, misses with ball 1. It was a 10-3 final last night. Hughes over Beckett. It's 10-3 here this afternoon and tonight. Up and away. This will most likely be up to the official score as to who gets the win for the Yankees. Probably Aceves. He went 1 inning, allowed 2 hits left with a stiff lower back. Sabathia didn't go 5. Here's a 2-0 pitch. First and third, 2 out. 3-0. Rain picks up. Here's a 3-0 to Randy Wynn. 3-1. Yankees have hit .373 as a team in this series so far. Scored 20 runs and hit 3 home runs. Swisher had one last night. Teixeira has 2 today.
Pretty good 24 hours of work, huh?
And doing it today in the cold and in the rain. And there's another walk. And a dismal showing for the Red Sox bullpen here on a Saturday night. Batter will be Cervelli, who's been on base 3 times and has 3 RBIs. And the bases are loaded for him as they were back in the 5th against Buckles when he got a base hit into center. That made it 6-3. It's now 10-3. That's in at the knees. Strike 198 from Bard. I think if Joe Girardi came into this game hoping that he could get an inning of work for Mariano Rivera, the weather may prevent it.
Well, that's right. Yeah. Cool weather's one thing. Wet and cool's entirely another.
That's low. 1 ball, 1 strike is the rain hits our microphones here at Fenway Park, and Mariano Rivera puts in a fresh piece. One ball, 1 strike. Bases loaded, 2 out. 2 runs home. And Cervelli off the end of the bat into left center field. What a day for him. 2 more runs, and it's 12-3 Yankees. And Cervelli has 5 RBIs in this game. The book is closed on Schoenweiss. And John Farrell will pay another visit to the pitching mound as the Yankees are running it up on Boston.
I'll tell you, he's got to be very happy is Kevin Long, who works tirelessly, as all hitting instructors do. They work in the cage with their students, and the fact that Cervelli has 3 hits to center field today and tonight is a real credit to the work that he and Kevin Long have done. Hitting instructors love base hits up the middle. That means your shoulder is in good position when you're swinging the bat, and that certainly appears to be the case with Cervelli today.
3 hits and a walk, 5 RBIs. There's Kevin Long, the hitting instructor for the Yankees. 2 on, 2 out. And Ramiro Pena, the 9th man to bat in this inning, fouls away strike 1. Lead runner is now Randy Wynn at second. Cervelli will sleep well tonight. Wake up with a smile on his face. They have a Sunday night game here tomorrow night. That skips in, and Victor Martinez gets a piece of it. Keeps it at the plate, actually corralled it all together. Here's the next from Bard, and a shot into right. But right there is Drew. A hard hit ball to right off the bat of Pena. 9 men came to the plate. 4 players scored for the Yankees, who lead by 9 after 7.5. Budweiser is sponsored by DirecTV. No one offers as much DVR storage as DirecTV. By Sears Blue Lawn and Garden Crew. And by Lexus, unprecedented access means unprecedented values. Now through June 1st. It's the Major League debut of a player just called up, Kevin Russo. And he gets to tell his family and friends that he replaced Alex Rodriguez in the hitting order for the New York Yankees. His Major League debut. Moving to third is Ramiro Pena. Rodriguez will sit the rest of this one out. Chamberlain back to the hill. And Kevin Russo is wearing the jersey that was worn last year by Joe Girardi. He wanted to wear number 27 as the Yankees were looking for their 27th championship. They got it. Girardi changed to number 28. So 27 was available, and now Kevin Russo is wearing it. But it's a day for a coat down there in the dugout. A chilly Saturday in Boston. 0-1 pitch is up from Jabba Chamberlain, who relieved in the 7th with 2 on 1 out. And got Victor Martinez and Euclid on fly balls to center. The 1-1. That's into right. And over to get it is Nick Swisher. 1 out. It is coming up on 8 o'clock. In fact, by my watch, it's 8 o'clock straight up in the east. For those of you hoping to see the end of Made in Manhattan at the conclusion of this game, you're out of luck. However, 27 dresses will be shown in its entirety at the conclusion of this game. That's one featuring Katherine Heigl.
The minute you mention the number 27, great for a promo. 27 dresses, 27 world championships. And I guess if you talk to Joe Girardi and ask him what number he would like the last year of his managing career, he would probably say 35.
That'd be a nice one.
That'd be a nice number.
Here's a foul off to the left. 1 ball, 1 strike. J.D. Drew at the plate. He is 1 for 3. Here comes a 1-1. Breaking ball misses from Chamberlain. 2-1. Damaso Marte is getting loose for the Yankees in their pen. 2-1 pitch. 3 balls and a strike. Jabba had back-to-back games Monday, Tuesday, picking up saves in place of the sidelined Mariano Rivera. Aceves, who pitched and was injured in this game, got the save on Wednesday. That's low on a 1-out walk. One on, 1 out for Adrian Beltre. You look at the lineup for next week on Fox Saturday Baseball, you see the Tampa Bay Rays on the list. We mentioned they lost 4-2 out in Oakland, and with what's gone on here at Fenway, first of all, the Yankees will be only a half game out at the end of the night. But the other side of it, the Boston Red Sox, without Oakland winning, would be 8.5 games out in this division. They will stay 7.5 games out, coming off their first losing April since 1996.
Yeah.
And they're going to go back under the 500 mark with a loss here today. It's getting serious, not just because of the struggles with this Boston club, and the rotations had its issues, the bullpen, certainly this lineup, the defense, the injuries, but the two teams they're chasing, I don't think show any signs of slowing down.
And probably won't. I mean, they're two of the elite teams in the game. Tampa Bay and the Yankees.
Here's a 1-1. Low, ball 2, 2-1. Ken Rosenthal, it doesn't get any easier for the Red Sox as they go forward here.
No, it doesn't, Joe. their schedule for the rest of May is really difficult. You see it right there. Yankees tomorrow again, then Toronto, at Detroit, at the Yankees, Minnesota, at Philadelphia, at Tampa Bay. They have yet to play either the Yankees or Tampa Bay on the road. So they have 9 games left with the Yankees in Yankee Stadium, 9 games left at Tropicana Field. They will not see the Yankees again here at Fenway until October 1st to 3rd.
And by that point, it might not mean anything. 1 on, 1 out. They play behind Drew at first. Beltre waits for a 2-2 pitch. And he strikes out as Chamberlain gets him for out number 2.
That slider backs up to get Beltre.
That'll bring in Hermida. And that'll bring in Marte. So for Jabba Chamberlain, he goes an inning and a third. And the lefty Marte will take over. And now Rivera and Sanchez, the only 2 left in the pen for the Yankees. Another change for New York as they lead by 9. I'm so tired of hearing myself talk. I can only imagine how you feel out there if you've been with us from the start. I'm Joe, that's Tim, and we got underway at 3 o'clock Eastern. Started on time. We are not going to finish on time. 1 on, 2 out. We've had 1 hour, 14-minute delay. We've had 2 pitchers leave in the middle of an inning because of an injury. And so this has been a long one. To say nothing of the 15 runs and the 23 hits. We started this game on Fox and we're ending on FX. And we're leading into 27 dresses. What else? We've seen doves and quoted prints. It's 12-3 after 8. And Jonathan Van Every, an outfielder, takes over on the mound and will pitch to Derek Jeter. His second career relief appearance. The last one came in April of last year at Tampa Bay. And let's not have the umpire squeeze the strike zone on ball one inside on Jeter. As you all know, he likes to work from the stretch, doesn't bother with the windup, and his 1-0 pitch is hit in the air to left center field. Back is McDonald at the wall. It is off the wall. And a leadoff double for Derek Jeter, his second hit of the game, and on base for the third time. So Van Every comes in and gives up this to Jeter.
This is the 5th game that we've done on Fox this year. And it's the 3rd position player that we've seen on the mound. Joe Mather of the Cardinals, Felipe Lopez of the Cardinals, and now Jonathan Van Every of the Red Sox.
Well, Lopez ended up on the disabled list.
Yeah, right.
It wasn't immediate right after that game, but he did pitch. They wanted him to go back for a second inning. That's the St. Louis Mets 20-inning game a few Saturdays ago. He didn't go back for the second inning. He was bothered by his elbow, and he eventually wound up on the disabled list.
He's a very valuable man to the Cardinals, as a utility player, can play anywhere.
Counts 2-0 on Gardner, who was looking for his third hit. And instead it's 3-0. On deck is Teixeira, and then we'll see the major league debut at the plate of Kevin Russo.
I wonder how many debuts at the plate have been against non-pitchers.
77-mile-an-hour fastball for strike one, 3-1. There's strike two. Bard was throwing in the upper 90s. Now Van Every's throwing in the upper 70s, and the bat leaves the hands of Brett Gardner. The count stays full. On 3-2, that's strike three over the outside corner. One away. And the home plate umpire did not squeeze Van Every. Gave him the benefit of the doubt. Instead of ball four, it's strike three, and Gardner didn't bother to argue on his way back to the dugout. Here is Teixeira. What a game he could have. He's homered twice. He's lined to center, hit an RBI single, and he takes a ball. Okajima, Wakefield, and Papelbon will be left in the bullpen for Boston. Here's a 1-0. There it goes into left. A tape measure shot off the light standard over the green monster. How about a 3-home run day for Teixeira? He came into this game with 2 home runs, and he will leave with 5 on the season.
That granola bar works. Mark Teixeira caught by Bill Webb's cameras 3 innings ago eating a double granola bar. What did he crush that ball?
That was just launched. Last Yankee to have 3 home runs in a game, Alex Rodriguez, April 26th, 2005. Here's the major league debut of Kevin Russo. And he's going to make the second out here in the top of the ninth. Drew in right. That's the third time that Teixeira has gone deep 3 times in one game. And it's 14-3 New York here in the ninth inning. Robinson Cano. To the right side, Youkilis backs up. Van Every covers like he knows what he's doing, and the inning is over. We go to the bottom of the ninth. 14-3 Yankees on their way to their 21st win of the season. Andy Farina for winning today's MLB on Fox. Tune in to win. Visit foxsports.com/tunein to see your results. If you missed this week's game, make sure to play next week. Here is Damaso Marte, crossed up or just missed by Cervelli. Ball 1. Marte finished off the 8th inning by striking out Hermida. He works to Darnell McDonald. And a ground ball to short. Jeter is there. Picks it up over to first. 1 away. Red Sox have 3 runs on 8 hits. The Yankees have 14 runs on 17 hits, and their roll continues. They will have won 9 of 10. They'll be a half game out, and they have lit up the scoreboard here in the last 3 innings. Here is Marco Scutaro. And there's ball 1 low. Scutaro has a hit, a walk. He's 1 for 3. Pedroia will follow, and it will be the Red Sox tomorrow night trying to avoid the sweep. Here's a pop-up. Right side, out to get it is Russo. Rookie puts it away. 2 out. Our Lexus hybrid game-changing player is, and there's a long list of who we could pick, but we're going to give it to Francisco Cervelli. And why not? He deserves it. 3 hits, a walk, and 5 RBIs. His average over 400, and what a great job he's done for the injured Jorge Posada. Ball 1 down and in to Pedroia. Here's the 1-0. 2-0. Two out, bases empty. Pedroia takes ball 3. Dustin in this game hit by a pitch, singled. A game that started just after 3 o'clock local time. Will finish just before 8:30. A 2-out walk extends it. The winner in this game will be Aceves. They are going to give it to him. Official scorer's discretion. He's 3-0. Clay Buchholz will get the loss, 3-3. In a game that featured a 1-hour, 14-minute rain delay. Victor Martinez to short on a hop. Jeter to second, and this game is over. It belongs to New York. A Yankees 14-3 lead. A game that featured 3 home runs by Mark Teixeira in 3 of his final 4 at-bats. And according to Stats Inc., June 23rd, 1927, Lou Gehrig is the only other Yankee with 3 home runs in 1 game against Boston.
Wow.
So Teixeira, even with that last one against a position player, Jonathan Van Every pitching, has a 3-homer day. He had 2 in 28 games, and now today has 3. 5 on the year. He's getting hot. Rodriguez had a nice game. The Yankees stay hot. They've won 9 of 10. And they're only a half game out, while the Boston Red Sox, their roller coaster ride continues. Here are the 3 home runs for Teixeira. 2 batting left-handed. And then 1 batting right-handed off Van Every. And he's standing by with Ken Rosenthal. Ken?
Thanks, Joe. Mark, you started the day with 2 homers. Now you have 5. What happened?
3 homers, 1 out. So, it's just, it was a good day for me. I've been swinging the bat a lot better lately, and, just got 3 good swings today.
Now, obviously this team has played very well the first 2 games of this series. Possibility of a sweep tomorrow. What would that mean, even this early in the season?
Well, it just means that we keep battling and play good baseball no matter where we're playing, no matter how many injuries we have. We're getting dinged up a little bit, but everyone does. That's baseball, and just means we're playing good team baseball.
Talk about Cervelli, the contributions he's made in Posada's absence.
He's been huge. He stepped up big for us, and that's the great thing about our team. If one guy goes down or one guy's in a slump, other guys pick him up, and that's what Francisco Cervelli's done for us this year.
CeCe was 1 strike away from a win. How angry was he afterward?
He's not angry at all. CeCe is a team guy through and through, and he knows that 1 strike would have gotten him a win, but as long as the team wins, it's all that matters.
Now back to yourself. This is the 3rd 3-homer game of your career. How much do you remember the previous 2?
Oh, I remember. They don't happen very often, so you remember them. They're all very vivid in my mind, and it's just it's a nice day to have, and especially when the team wins, it's a good day all around.
The last thing, the only other Yankee to do in the 3 of the last 4 at bats was Lou Gehrig. What does that mean to you?
Man, that's a humbling name right there. I mean, anytime that you talk about the Yankees, talk about Lou Gehrig, you talk about Babe Ruth, you talk about Mickey Mantle. I mean, I don't deserve to be in their category, so we'll wait a while before we say those names again.
Mark, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Joe, back to you.
All right, Ken, thank you. Yep, Lou Gehrig, the only other Yankee to have 3 home runs in a game against the Boston Red Sox. That's the stat, and he did it back in the mid-1920s. It was June 23rd of 1927. We will take a break. The Yankees had fun today, and we thank Mark Teixeira for standing in the rain and joining us on FX. We'll come back and wrap up.